All right, we're live.
We live. What up, dog?
It's your homeboy DJ Jig Tight,
And your boy Rob.
and this is what
we know.
All right, we in here.
We in this thing. Episode 21.
Hold on, I already know they won't be able to hear that yet because I have not shared the whole thing yet.
What?
Share this. Let me go here.
We ain't shared the Facebook.
No, we didn't. We got it.
You got it?
No, I didn't share the audio. So let me go ahead and put that there.
Oh, good. Man, episode 21, man.
Yes, sir. It's your homeboy DJ Jig Tight again. Once again, it's your homeboy Robert R.C. Crawford.
Nigga, don't put my whole government.
Nigga, you got your government on Facebook. What
So
you
nigga, they don't know that.
Right. Thankford Robert. That's who it is. Thankford Robert. That's who it is. Yeah. That's what we gonna call you.
Nah, niggas
AKA
call me
Black Rob.
Nah, nigga, Rob. 3 letters.
What's going on? Hey man, this is what we know. Y'all know what it is. If you are coming on to the YouTube channel, you do know that you are supposed to subscribe. You're supposed to hit that bell and let people know. Share and like this video. Share and like this live. Invite other people on to here. Let them know we having a great conversation tonight. That conversation is going to be on Roe v. Wade. And it's basically on the effect that it's going to have on America as a whole. And, you know, the question is, a lot of people raise is, should it be should men even care about it? We will be talking about all of these different things on here. But actually, when it comes down to what's happening right now, it's just been overturned. But a lot of people don't know what a Roe v. versus Wade actually is about. They will say it in a nutshell that it's about women's rights, but it's a lot more that's in detail with it, especially if you have never followed or you've never known about what that role of
Roe versus Wade
was even about. A lot of people, they actually are leading with their emotions. They're not leading with any facts. And right now, they're trying to say that this world is in an uproar because of this case being overturned. But we'll be having a lot more discussion. We got a couple of more people that's going to be coming on. But right now, we do have a guest on here.
We got 2 guests.
We actually do.
And some more coming later.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm gonna go ahead and put.
Yeah, so let's start. Let's start with Miss Kendra. She's a up and coming comedian. We networked a few months ago, and we've been like working on her coming on the show, and we finally got her here. So everybody give it up to Miss Kendra.
You know we gotta put the more applause on that. And if we didn't tell a whole lot more in detail, you can go in more detail and let the people know actually who you are and what it is that you do.
Yes, I am the HNIC. I am now blocking guys professionally for wasting my time. I just blocked one person before we got on. Feels good. And he was attractive too, but he goes to me before we can decide to come back and say, let's get a drink. No, I'm cool, bro. So yeah, you got blocked. Come correct. Born and raised in Atlanta.
8 times.
And I'm currently trying to get my PhD in child psychology. So y'all can call me Dr. Crump. It would be -Taylor because I think I'm married to Rapper the Game, but he ain't acting right because he ain't responding back to my DM either. You know, so I'm trying to find some men to rack right, but you know what I realized? I think what's gonna happen is the men might get better once I get my PhD, because I don't think I should be dating somebody anyway right now. I need to focus on school and focus on other stuff that's going on in this world and give my time and attention to that, right? You know, your relationships will always be here. But let me tell you something. If I'm still single by 40, ho well. Okay, that's all I'll say about that. That's all I'll say. But yeah, that's me in a nutshell. That's me in a nutshell. Anything else you like to know, just go check out my social media page, and you know, and that's it. I'm a free spirited person, so I just make fun of anybody and everyone. If you come in public and you look a mess, better not make sure I'm gonna have a hidden camera somewhere. And listen, when I get well, I mean, I have the money, but you know how you spend your money on whatever you feel like spending it on. I really could go buy those glasses that have cameras in them and stuff like that, and everything.
I'll be trying to get
some. I'm gonna get them. I guess when I feel like getting them or stuff. I'm just traveling and not taking that money to go and put the, because I think about it every day, because I see so much crazy stuff, right? And I'm like, bro, I really could have like recorded that, but not, like I said, man, when I get those glasses, it's on. Y'all gonna be like seeing some really crazy footage.
She posted some shit earlier. She asked this older lady, like, telling her, she look good. She look good. Like, oh, no, you sure?
Yes. Listen, there were other people who thought she was in her 40s. Okay, whoever said she was 90 is a hater. Okay, you know that woman was no 90. Now, for white folks, now she, like I said, she's 85. So like, she looks good.
She looks
for
good
her age, like stuff like that. So like I said, it's again. I hope like how the way I look now. Hope I still look like that when I'm 90. And I think that comes from like blocking unnecessary people. Just block them, man. Come on now.
Yeah, it's too much stress, man.
Yeah.
You don't need nobody to put that stress in your life.
All that toxic bullshit.
Exactly.
It ain't good for the mental health.
But let them know where they can find you at on IG.
Okay, so Instagram is the Kendra Crump Show. So D as in the, KY, N as in Nancy, D as in David, RACRU, M as in Mary, P's and Paul Show. Not with no money sign, because I'm not no fake ass ASAP Rocky. Okay, SHOW. Please,
yes, sir.
I try to enunciate as much as I can, and hopefully y'all got it. If not, then it'll be in the show notes. So
I know that you said that you do stand up.
Mm-hmm.
I seen some of the stuff that you had on there. Is that your bread and butter, or is it just that's what you're doing right now? You peeking into it.
Honey, listen, I nobody's paying me. Okay, I have to still work for the white man 3 days out the week. So one day I hope to get paid, because I'm tired of telling jokes for free around here. Like, listen, I don't care if somebody gives me some firehead. Okay, you paid me in something that made me feel good. All right, I'm trying to get paid, people, but like doggone it, something. Okay.
Yeah, you're really funny.
Gosh.
That's cool, man. Yeah. Well, have you been following the Roe v. Wade? Even before the overturn or anything? Do you know anything about what's really going on with this overturn?
So I actually, all right, to answer, because my ADHD kicked in, so I was like following one of your questions, and then boom, a second one happened. So I'm gonna try to answer them in whatever order I can remember, just to let you know. So following it before the overturn, we talked about it like in school, like elementary, middle school. I didn't too much pay attention, right? And once I heard about it, I had to really do some research and Google, like, what is going on? And I'm like, bro. Yeah, Jesus, are you gonna come back any soon? I don't really care at this point if I get my PhD. This world is just it's worse and worse as days progress. So it's a mess. But yeah,
Jesus is look. They got an APB out on. They've been having it for 20 years. They've been having an APB out on Jesus. They like, where you at, man?
Wait, what was ABB? What's
APB? That's what they have when they tell you that they out there looking for you.
Oh,
and everybody looking for you.
Yeah, listen, I'm telling you, it's getting bad out here. It's honestly getting really bad. So once I heard this, I was like, this is not good, right? And then of course here comes all the jokes, and then here comes people saying, I'm about to unfriend anyone who I see has a different opinion on me, and I'm like, bro, People just want to find a reason to unfriend you. Just unfriend the person, okay? Quit waiting until something happens and you're like, oh, I'm gonna unfriend you. Bro, you should be unfriending me then, okay?
And don't and listen, you don't have to find an excuse. Just unfriend me. You know, it's just we done had about 5 years worth of people unfriending people over all kind of stuff right now. You know, presidents, and if you took the virus the doggone what is it, the vaccine, and it's all kind of stuff that keeps people separated and everything.
And you know what I'll say this as well. When certain political issues happens, it really shows how ignorant people can be. And that's why what I try to do, I try my best not to get so deeply involved into certain things, because no matter what I say, somebody's going to try to fight me over it. And I'm like, you don't want to see these hands. That's why nobody honks at me, because they know what time it is. All right.
Yeah.
It's like you can't say shit without people getting their feelings or judging you. All this crazy shit.
Have you ever had somebody try to like meet you guys outside somewhere because of the fact that you spoke your truth about a certain subject?
They'll do it on social media, but they're not going to actually, you know, I haven't really ran into those type of people, but I had some people that was really heated, so they thought anyway. My whole thing is to be around people that can actually have, you know, conversation that actually, it don't have to be, you know, super high IQ. It just have to be based off of what it is that you researched thus far, and then we can have the conversation, and then we can, you know, dissect it. If you have something that's different from what I have to say, let's talk about it. Let's talk to each other's points. But as far as that, no, I'm praying as we get bigger that we don't have to deal with that, because I've, you know, been in, especially in the social media realm for a couple of years now. I've seen that, and that's what I didn't want to do. So it kind of kept me from actually getting YouTube channels and things like that, because it was just, you just seen people doxing people, and they just, you know, calling people out of their names and stuff like that. I'm like, we don't need those type of conversation. Yeah, it's good. It's entertainment, but I don't want to be on the entertainment part of it when you know, when you got people, because it gets real, you know.
It does. And the best thing that I would do is do not respond to negativity. It's so hard to not want to, but oftentimes people do that because they know you're not going to respond to positivity, which is, it should be the other way around, right? But don't respond to negative, because I'm telling you, people before IG made it, or I think Facebook does as well, but before there was a IG made it where if you could block someone, like you could block whatever pages that they have now. Like it used to be a time where they didn't have that. Like, so even if you block someone, they will make 30 more pages, say, oh yeah, I'm back. You know, so
they come with again, part 2. Like, oh man, what the hell?
It's to be continued, but it's gonna, I'm telling you, the bigger, if this is your goal and your dream to try to get as big as you guys can with your, how long have you guys had your podcast?
Shoot, it's been less than a year.
Okay, so
I've been,
it'd be a year. What, in October?
If you guys are trying to get on, Joe Budden, I guess, you know, I was gonna say Joe Rogan, but like I don't know how y'all feel about him saying the N-word or whatever. But even with Joe, like I said, if you're trying to get on that top level type of, you know, podcast, you're gonna, like I said, you're gonna have your flack. But as long as you aren't saying stuff that is blatantly ignorant.
Right.
Like that, you just know, like, bro, like that was just uncalled for. Like Fresh and Fit podcast, how they are blatantly ignorant.
You think they are?
They are
very, very much. You know, and that's a story for another day. But like I said, as long as you don't say nothing that is like really horrible, then I think you should be fine. You know, people are gonna always have something negative to say. They're not gonna be like, I don't like them because they ugly. They gonna always have something negative to say about you.
Yeah. It's always gonna be that. But no, I just try to. That's what we try to do. We just try to get it to a point where we can be able to allow people to voice their opinion, and then follow it up with some facts. If you don't have any facts, then shoot, we can learn from one another. There's a lot of stuff that's why we call it what we know. A lot of things that we talk about, we try to talk about it through research. We try to talk about it through, you know, experience, all these different things that we know, and then we bring other people on there to do the same thing, whether they agree with us or don't. My whole thing is that I can speak to your point. I don't have to sit back and just, you know, get so mad at you where I gotta be able to just talk blatant about you. And it's just that's just what we're trying to do, and we're trying to build something where we can teach people how to have and learn at the same time on how to have constructive criticism, be able to accept it as well as give it,
understand each other's views, because that's the whole problem why people want to go back and forth and do this other crazy shit, because people don't just want to have the time to just look at other people's point of views, regardless if you disagree or agree with a motherfucker. Only way we can make shit work, we understand each other's point of views, so we could fucking build and fucking adapt. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the only way I feel like we can make real change.
Oh, no doubt. So yeah, that's basically what we're doing. But tonight, that's what we're going to be talking about: Roe versus Wade. We already know it's going to be a little bit heated because we've been gearing up all week for this. We've been on Facebook having conversations with people. We've been, really trying to find out where people is coming from. And to be honest, I haven't ran across too many people that actually have a real, like they can really have a real conversation about it. Everybody, they saying the same thing over and over, and basically they're parroting what other people are saying. So we're going to try to steer it in a different realm, because it's way more than women's rights. It's a lot more that deals with that. That's why if you look on the title, it also says, do men have the right to not even have the right? Should we care? And I think everybody should care about each and every issue that comes up that affects families, period. So, when it comes down to family, I really have a lot to say about that. And I think that has a lot to do with family too.
Yeah. So when you heard about it getting overturned, what was your reaction? Like, what was your thoughts? What was going on in your mind?
That I was like, Jesus, we need you now. Like I like like one of those gospel songs saying, Jesus, we need you now. And I'm like, it's ridiculous. Like here's my thing, right? It's many concerns, but one of the things I really thought about after doing some deep digging was, if a woman gets sexually assaulted and she doesn't want to keep the baby, so what's she supposed to do then? Like do they not take that into consideration? Well, like now, are they gonna take Plan B's off? Because I don't know if you guys believe a Plan B is similar to an abortion or anything else like that. Some people may, some people may not. I've asked multiple people this question years ago, and then nobody really wanted to answer it, especially men didn't want to answer it. So, like I said, it makes me wonder, are they going to or if they keep the Plan B's, is it going to be like $5,000? Are they going to up the, Plan B type of thing? But yeah, I really was thinking really more so like, okay, the women who are sexually assaulted, who end up, pregnant, what are they going to do?
But I think
they already have a law for it.
Yeah, they already got a law,
especially in Michigan.
Yeah, so some cases, like in Michigan, because we work in the hospitals, and they send us an email, but I heard they got laws set up already where now if it affect a woman's health or her life, that's when they can make a decision of doing an abortion. Because I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, what if she was?" Well, on YouTube we say grape, but what I'm saying, get grape or get assaulted. Like, no, they have these laws, set up where they could still protect protect women.
And that's only, I'm not sure if that's like, I'm in Georgia,
state.
so I don't know. But that's the thing though, like why can we not be on one accord, even with but again, why did it even have to get to that point? What is so wrong with an abortion? That's why I'm saying, well, I don't understand that. Or what about the people who lost their jobs now, who work at abortion clinics? Like, what if that was their whole livelihood? Or what if they really love to care and help those people?
Yeah, these are things that has to be brought up with the largest body of government, which is anybody? The people. Mm-hmm. We are the ones that actually will be able to show what we have to do is we have to bring out our own power. It should bring us together versus push us apart, because what we are talking about is freedom versus liberty, right? Right now, abortion is treated as a liberty and not as a right. not as freedom. Then I said freedom versus liberty. I should have said rights versus liberty. So right now it is a liberty. If the people speak up, then they have to fight. The only thing is that we got to fight, but we have to band together. This is how they have to go. This is what happened with the whole thing, Wade versus Roe versus Wade. When you had they keep putting it as just that woman, like she fought and she single-handedly won. She didn't. That took the people to be behind her. When you actually look at these issues, if people are this passionate about these rights, they have to start doing their job. And one of the part of the job is that we as people have to start understanding how we can influence government by first and foremost understanding that we're the biggest entity in government. The people are. So you don't have a lot of people. So just like what you were saying, one of the biggest, and everybody brings up the same thing when it comes down to grape. Yes, that's already, I'm telling you, that's already that's going to be the exception, right? However, because now we have to still look at the states being involved, right? Because the federal said this is what our guidelines are. Now you guys can do whatever y'all need to do within the guidelines. So that don't mean that they're going to make it 100% illegal. They're just going to have guidelines behind it. They're going to have, and it's going to take the people to speak on it, not to bitch and gripe about it. They're going to have to sit back and one of the things that I did like about when you had the people that was rallying, this is the thing. That's the first part of it, is the rally. But the next thing that you got to have is you're going to have to get you the powerful people to actually put these things in place. Whatever y'all want to have in place, it can be put in place, but it's not going to be put in place by people bitching and griping and being mad at each other.
No,
it's not. Me personally, I got to get a little more deeper into the show before I even give my own personal opinion about it. But please know that my whole thing is that we have to actually fight for whatever rights that we have, whether it's women rights, men rights, all these different things. Right now, I don't think that this is a big thing on the attack on women's rights. I don't. I think it's something that's way bigger than that. Why? Understand this. We already seen it coming. One of the biggest things that we had to look at was when you had what's her name? How do you pronounce her name? The Supreme Court Justice lady that just
I forgot. Is it Doctor?
Kenjana?
Yeah, I forgot her name.
Black
woman, right?
Black woman.
Yeah, Johnson. So I just call it Justice Johnson or Judge Johnson. But when she came in, she was pro-life, or she was that. So that's why everybody was in an uproar. They were in a big uproar because of that. Because they knew, they say, oh shoot, she about to be in, she's going to be a bigger influence right now. And it got overturned because they needed that vote. And that's what it was when it came down to that. Now, it can still go back to the Supreme Justice, but how? That's what we got to figure out. And a lot of the average person don't know how to figure that out. But instead, people are going back and forth and they're talking about, they're trying to take women's rights and all these different things. And it's not. You just got other people that don't believe that, that you should be able to kill a baby. And they're well in their rights. Just like you got people to say, no, we should be at our discretion where we should be able, if we don't want to have a baby, we should be able to have abortions. Everybody should be respected into, it should be a respect. Mm-hmm. But everybody, they want to pull in, religion. They want to pull in morals.
Where does religion play
all these different
into
things.
This? What religion are we talking about? Are we talking about the Bible? Are we talking about the Quran? What religion are we talking about?
Well, the Bible and the Quran are not religious; they're just guides to life.
Oh, so like
we're talking about mostly it'd be in America is most of it is Christianity. They are leading with that.
Yeah.
Where does it say that in the Bible? Where does it say that in the Bible where you cannot, or the Quran? Where does it say that? Like what Christianity believe? Like where is it? Because I'm a follower of Christ, but I've read the Bible twice. So I don't in its entirety. So I don't understand. Like, or maybe I've skipped over it. But where does it actually say that? Old
Says
Testament, New
what?
Testament, like, the whole
That is not a religion?
no, about like the whole abortion type of thing. Like, this is like when you said people try to bring religion involved into it. Like, I'm saying, where's it exactly say that so they can, or are people just making this up? Where it says,
they're making it
right.
up. They're
okay,
making it
that's
up.
why I was a little lost.
That's why I said that they're pulling religion in it, because they're trying to. That's why I said they're pulling religion and morals and values and all these different things into it. Where, in all actuality, let's just speak on people's, what their preference is.
Yeah.
They don't have to, and this is how they try to involve, or they try to
make people feel guilty and shit.
One thing that I do understand is that people would try to use religion to make other people feel guilty.
Yep.
That's basically what they're doing. What would Jesus do? You seeing all these posters that they have talking about what would Jesus do?
Jesus tell you to stop
what?
doing what I'm about to say something. I'm like, I'm not going. Jesus, you know what? Jesus would tell people. I honestly think that when it comes down to the whole what would Jesus do, like, y'all gotta stop leave Jesus' name out of it. Like, he has nothing to do with that. Like, and we don't know. I don't know. People
I feel like Jesus would say, y'all niggas doing too much.
That yes. That I'm glad that you cleaned it up a lot better than what I was gonna say. A lot better, but to me, it's like I don't know if you guys ever grew up in a household where you had, religious people or so, but in my household, that's what it was. And everything was a sin, or you can't do this or you can't do that. And I'm like, where does it say that in the Bible? And you're right. People will try to make you feel bad. So there were things that I did out of fear because of the fact, and stuff like that. And to the point, causing myself to go into a deep depression. So again, I definitely agree with you. You're very much right about that. This is your body, your choice, so whatever you want to do, that's up to you. Whatever decisions you want to make, you got to live with that at the end of the day, whether it be good or bad. Like, who's to say what we're doing is the right thing, or who's to say what we're doing is the wrong thing?
Absolutely. And my thing too, also, look, I'm the type of person to do less complaining and just take more action and adapt it. All right, we need to figure out the next step. The next step we can start with, and why should we fucking around with? All right, start fucking with a purpose. Fellas, stop fucking these fucking thought ass girls, all these toxic ass women. Ladies, stop fucking these fuck ass niggas. Stop letting any dude inside your vagina.
That's true.
I
was gonna say that next. I just didn't want to. I'm not trying to go too in or too hard. I was gonna say that next. So I'm like, I don't want you getting canceled for what I have to say.
No, fuck the cancel. Do you? Yeah, do that. Do you? Bring that shit out.
But you know what? You know what I think it is as well. I think more people, and again, there are people who still get pregnant, even with protection, right? But a lot of people choose, cream pie is life, right? And you have to still be mindful, because do people not care about STDs? Like, I remember my doctor when I was only on birth control for like a semester because I could not remember to take the pill. And I'm like, you know what? Whatever happens, right? But my doctor said, bro, you're on birth control. You aren't going to get pregnant, but you're still going to catch an STD if you don't do what you need to do, and whatever it might have been. And I think he was hinting, just go and just swallow. But anyway, back to the story. Can't swallow everybody's sperm. Y'all are nasty. Back to the story. But like I said, you have to be mindful of, number one, be mindful of whom, like you said, whom you have a child by, who you lay down with. I don't know if people believe in soul ties. If you don't, I don't know if people like love child support. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is, but with that, can you all still hear me?
Yeah.
That out for a second, but no, I was saying, like, I don't know if people want to deal with the child support, but you should not sit here and just be having, raw sex with someone just because their butt is big. Like, bro, like, you're having sex with that raccoon. I don't understand what you thought you were gonna get into. Like, I don't know. People, like I said, there's so many ways that this can go and everything else like that. But I just really think that folks should be a lot more, cognizant of whom they lie down with. I don't know if you guys have children or not, but
yeah,
I definitely just, I don't know. I just think it's one of those things where you just have to be, you know, more aware and more cognizant of what of whom you're doing and what you're doing and everything else like that. And yeah, you know, going raw will feel a lot better, but at the same exact time, like, is it worth, you know, what comes with that? You know, with the anything that comes with that, or what can come with that. You know, that's
Yeah,
all I'd say about that.
absolutely. And that was the number one thing that I was like, well, we have a lot of people that's talking about, you know, rights and all these different things, but nobody is talking about accountability.
No.
No one is sitting back saying, listen, you need to uh you know, at some point there has to be other answers other than saying that I'm going to have an abortion. And a lot of times, you know, there's always going to be exceptions and all these different things, but for the most part, I think that people should practice accountability first. And what I mean by that is what you're saying. You got to start being selective of who you are actually procreating with.
Yeah.
I mean, things happen, but not at the rate that they're happening right now. I don't think that Roe versus Wade overturn has anything to do with accountability. I think it's a little bit bigger than what we can even see right now.
Mhm.
But what we have to do as the largest body of government, we do have to practice accountability, and we have to practice being at a point where if we're going to procreate, we better start doing it responsibly. And if we're going to have sex, and you can have all the sex you want, you better start taking bigger measurements.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it is funny because as a man, I still think, and I always have questioned myself, even through high school and junior high school, when you had the older folks and people that was in churches and things like that was saying, well, listen, the best way not to have to get yourself in a bind is to practice abstinence. But when you say that to people, they look at you and be like, well, that ain't gonna happen.
Right.
So then when you have people saying that, then they say our whole thing is that you would have to just deal with the consequences then. There are consequences in having kids with someone, I'm not even gonna say unwed, just with somebody that you had no business being with. And you keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. And one of the things that I'm seeing right now is that you, especially right now that we have social media and everybody got a camera, when you seeing these women and men having 8 and 9 children, and they having all these different they co-parenting with multiple people and things like that, and they're not even paying attention that I'm screwing these goddamn kids up.
Yeah.
I'm screwing the kids up. If we talking about that women's rights, why aren't we talking about children's rights? That's the other side of it. That's the pro-life part of it, where they're saying, hey, you fuckers are not even thinking about the children.
They're not.
Y'all having these kids in this unstable ass environment. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not even having the kids. It's you getting pregnant and you're using it's so many women that are using abortion as a contraceptive. There are so many men that's out here that have their lives ruined by having children undiscreet. I ain't talking about 1 or 2. It is what it is when you have it. You know, that's a different issue when we start talking about, you know, not being married and having kids. I'm talking about literally not giving a damn about your unborn child before you have it. Nobody is talking about preparing for your child. Nobody's talking about that. I like the part back in the days when women were way harder on dudes. In order for you to be able to, you know, to get between these legs, brother, you're going to have a job. You're going to have to be in school. You're going to have these credentials.
I wish, you know what? I wish I was like that. Okay, so here's my question for you. You said back in the day, here's my question. Why did women even have to tell men this? Why did their fathers not instilled into them? Or you know how you come from a certain background and stuff? Hey, son, don't do this. Don't do that. Come correct. How come women had to tell the men this? Why couldn't the men just come?
Well, because women have to take on all the responsibility on bearing this child. And at the end of the day, if I'm going to sit back and, you know, let's just look at stats. 35% of women either be severely injured or die from having baby. 35%, that's a lot of people. It's a lot of women. They get injured by trying to bring a child to term. And the older that woman gets, the more it increases. So she has, by the time she's 35 years old, the chances of her bringing a child in to term without either the child being injured or she being injured or die it's like 50-50. Then she gets to be 40, 45. So if she has to take on these, and then she gained weight, her body changes, hormones change, all kind of things happen. She gets ailments that she didn't have before she had the child. So if she has to deal with all of these risks, my thing is this, that there should be a man that is to, a standard for her to be able to take this risk for, to have that man's child. So she has to be able, and that's on her side of it, because, we don't have to deal with none of that shit. We don't have to sit back, and if you get pregnant, I'm still going to have the same body. I'm still going to be okay. You won't. So it is up to you. And the reason why, and it does be, let's go back to why the father wouldn't say it. The father do. This is the thing. The father is a man too. And one of the things is primitively, we like to have sex. We don't even, it's funny when you're a teenager and people say, well, why did you do what you did? They don't know.
Why would they even ask that type of question? Like, you should know the answer to that. You were a teenager at some point.
Right. So the thing is that the urge to have sex is high in men. It's so damn, the libido is so high in us because it's a primitive thing to mate. That's what it is. So we have to have a check and balance. In order for her to get pregnant, she has to be able to say yes to that man. If she doesn't say yes to that man and she gets pregnant by that man, you know what we call that. And it's against the law. But for the most part, she has to say so. She has all autonomy. Mm-hmm. After that, when she has that baby, she has autonomy. She can say whether this baby lives or die. He don't have anything. So on the other side of it, what happens with the man is that it can really tear his life up now. And because, you got family court and you got all these different things that can make him be accountable, even when he don't want to be accountable. But it still comes down to that woman having that child. So, I can see both sides of this whole thing where it's a woman's right, but there's also a man's right also, because he helped you have this child. He got you pregnant. So my whole thing is that when it comes down to my father telling me, he going to tell me not to not do it. He's going to tell me, if you do it, the chances of this happening to you is going to happen. Mm-hmm. Now, the other side of that, you have a lot of men that aren't fathers, and they don't know what to tell their damn son for whatever reason. Sometimes it's because they out here and they never got to a point where they check their primitive status, which is you want to have sex. That's why it's very easy for a woman to go and grab a man and say, hey, look, I don't care how she look. She can still get sex from a man.
Facts. It's not hard
you done seen some women when you saw them and you be like, she got pregnant 3 times.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something.
Who did that?
You know what? And then, I'm gonna tell you the worst part is sometimes these men be very attractive. I'm like, brother, you must have low self. You must want this woman to take care of you or something. You what is it about, bro? That be irking me because I'm like, how did? But you know what? It don't.
Niggas be desperate for sure to get some pussy.
But here's my thing: just go to a hooker. You don't even have to have a relationship with them. There are hookers on every point.
I ain't mad at that.
You guys are in Detroit, right?
Yeah.
I have not been to Michigan yet, but when I do come to Detroit, I need someone to point me out to where the hookers are. The hookers and the pimps. Okay. I'm just saying. It's not, I'm pretty sure the hookers look
you can find them on Instagram now.
The hookers are a lot better. The hookers look a lot better. They're more cleaned up. Okay. There's a presentation. All right. Come on now.
They know they rode. They gonna give you peace. I'm with the niggas, make that transaction, nigga.
And I was gonna say you have to pay for it regardless. Like men, like, oh no, I don't trick off, bro. You are in some way, shape, or form. You are doing that.
Yeah. At least this motherfucker for sure gonna give me some pussy. Like,
but no, you're you know what? But you know what? That goes to show. Like I look at what was it, Young Jock the other day, and this is, kind of still staying on the same subject. He, for Father's Day, posted, I didn't know he had that many kids. The man has 13 children and posted all of his kids and talked about, this is how my Father's Day went. I'm like, bro, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you guys are, when you have rappers who do this type of stuff, people look up to these people and everything else like that. Like, you're giving them this thing where it's like, okay, it's okay to just sit here and be irresponsible. Like, that's just not cool. People need to hold these men accountable, but I think what happens is he's hanging around other people who think just like him, and that's the problem. Like, birds of a feather flock together.
So this is the thing about with men, though. It is not as easy as people think it is for men to get sex.
It's not easy.
I'm gonna tell you why. One of the things is, especially during these times, but one of the things about how a man, because you have just in a setting, right? You would have, let's say you had a place where you have a city that has about 30,000 people in that city. And there's, out of 30,000, you only have 20% that are men, right? Then you have another 5% of that 20% that are men that are attractive. Now, a man's attraction is not a woman's attraction. Just like you were saying, most of these guys they're handsome. Yeah, you can get sex from a woman if you're handsome, because that's an attribute that you have. But the majority of women don't find attractive.
Yeah.
They don't find him attractive, whether it's looks or it's his lifestyle. And normally it's going to be his lifestyle.
Yeah.
Because that man is attractive. If he's a man that don't have a job, he doesn't have anything that makes him that higher of a statue in being a man, the only thing she's going to use him for is sex. And what happens is that he is going to be the one that he's going to be part of that 5% that all about the other 90 to 80% of women are going to choose. Yeah. So you would have 5% of the men, and then you would have 80% of the women that is attracted to those 5% of men. The other men, they're just getting the scraps.
Yep, that's why you see niggas lying and shit like that.
Yeah, it's not that easy when it comes down to women. It is, man, it's because
you got to be somebody. Like, you really got to work hard and be something. At least
you got to have an attribute.
You know what I'm saying? At least you better have some type of potential or have something going on. Well, with a woman, she ain't gotta really have to really do shit.
You would think that, but like, even
you gotta, as men, we gotta build our value. Like, most women are born with their value. Like, the
only thing is also with women is, this is the thing, women would be able to get sex. It's a difference in getting a relationship. That's where it's really hard for women at. With a man, it's hard for him to get sex initially.
Yeah.
The relationship is going to come afterwards, but she got to end up liking him first in order to even want to have a dang on relationship with him. And a lot of dudes, that's what they have a problem. They don't have a problem with relationships. That's why you will see a lot of men having a girlfriend. You will see a bunch of men having a girlfriend. Then as they get older, they end up having a wife. She might not be as attractive as the girls he was messing around with. And normally that's kind of how it is. I've seen so many friends where they had a whole bunch of stunners when they was dating, but the woman that they had, she was just normal looking. She wasn't probably ugly or nothing like that, but she wasn't, as stunning as the other women are, but it's because of age too. Go ahead. You got
no. I'm listening. I'm sorry. That's my hand. I'm thinking. I'm listening. Right. I'm listening to you. I'm listening. What you're saying is very true. What you're saying is very true. Now, here's my question. What about the men who will say things like, I don't want no relationship? Do you feel like that's just a cover up, or do you feel like if that's what they're saying, that's really how they feel?
That's how they feel.
Okay.
You understand, dudes trying to get pussy as much as they can.
So here's my question. Why not find one solid woman to do that with, instead of trying to have relations with the whole neighborhood? Because that's irresponsible.
So it comes back to the primitive state of a man. And this is just what it is. This is a hard truth. Men like variety of women. That's why it's very easy for a man, when you have strip clubs, they can go to a strip club and give a shitload of money to it. because it's the fantasy that women get. But this is the thing: the man is going to still, if he in them strip clubs, he's going to challenge that damn fantasy. He's trying to make that fantasy come true.
Man.
And if you got a dude that got a lot of them things they call bio survival tickets, a lot of people like to call them money, that man is going to make that happen. And it's because of that primitive state again. He likes variety. Now, what comes with that is a lot of heartbreak. You mess around and get her pregnant, homie. Guess what you about to do? You better have a baby. If she didn't like your ass, she's definitely putting you on child support. Please believe that one.
Facts.
That's all you got to offer right now. So it gets to a point where you would have a man having sex with a woman that, first and foremost, he didn't know. Secondly, he didn't respect.
And that's a shame.
It just so happened that he got her pregnant.
But here's my question, right? Why do men nut in women that they don't want to have a real relationship with, or they don't care for? Why do they do that?
I was just telling him the other day, a lot of niggas do that shit because that's their status as saying, hey, I get pussy.
No,
I don't think. I mean, but you can still say that status without having to go that far.
That's why.
We go, listen, this is the thing. That's why sex education is a motherfucker for us when we learn it young. When a man is in a state of having sex, that is his animalistic feature. He ain't giving a fuck about shit until he gets that shock. First and foremost, he has to get that. Sex is about the climax for a man. He has to get that nut. That's where he going. So once he's there at a point where the potential is very high, he can be in a fucked up situation, and that's what's about to go down. He already know, man, I'm about to fuck up. I'm married. My wife, I know if she find out about this shit, but listen, I gotta get it right.
Wait.
It kicks in.
Nigga's stupid.
He get in. Listen,
nigga's stupid, man.
When he gets sex, remember what happens once he climax. It's a shock that comes from the spine to the genitals. At the same time all of that is happening, his heart has pumped so much blood to his genitals, where his brain is fucked up right now. But once he gets clarity, guess what happens? He like, I just
that
fucked
post-nut
up.
clarity.
It's done. So now he like, I fucked up. Now he's guilty.
And he does it again. He does it again.
Then he does it
you know
again.
what?
Because it's that primitive state.
You know what? You just mentioned about when you said, oh, how am I going to tell my wife? Like, let's say he has a side chick. I came across this post on Facebook. They said, hey, if your side chick, let's say you and your wife don't have any kids together. If you get your side chick pregnant, why don't you convince your wife to do adoption? And then you all can adopt that newborn child, and then you can live happily ever after. I'm like, bro, this is way too much. But you know what? That man who said that, it's worked for someone. He probably got that story from somebody, and it actually has worked. That's how.
Well, it does, because this is the thing about this. This is why when people be seeing these guys that be having like multiple women that are okay with sharing him, and the majority of the world, they sit back and say them women are stupid, or they look at it. This is the truth. We were taught, and it's me, Robert, dudes from generations before us. We were taught to be liars. We wasn't taught to be truthful.
Yeah.
Right. This is why we have a problem. This is why they call it cheating. But if you go back not too far, 50, 60 years ago, and then you look in the South, you will see that polygamy and polyamory was really a big thing then. It wasn't a small thing. And it was because they had a different way of how they were thinking, especially when it came down to Black Americans, because what they were trying to do was they were trying to mimic what was going on in certain parts of Africa, Barbados, all these other, Haiti, all these different other places. Polyamory is a really big thing in every other country than it is here. Here is something different, because when you really look at what monogamy actually is, it has nothing to do with women. We were just talking about this earlier. It has everything to do with men. Before monogamy, you only had a few men that can get wives, because they can afford wives, and they had multiple wives. This is where your kings that came in at. And I'm not talking about medieval kings. I'm talking about kings from other parts of the world that actually had kings and queens and, princes and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically probably was the continent of Africa. But this is where it came from because they can afford to have families. And it was about population. We ain't talking about no damn population right now. All men talking about is what? How many women I can screw? Women, they don't know what the hell because they adopting shit from men. They adopted it from other women. It is what it is. We supposed to be, as men, we supposed to be leaders, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
So here's
you
my
got your hand raised.
Right? Yeah, I got my hand raised. I wish StreamYard would have like a hand raising a button like Zoom does and whatnot. But here's my question for you all, right? When it comes to polygamy and all that, why not? It can still go on today, but it's called being open and honest. Say, hey, I like you. Is it cool if I can, I like this woman, I like this woman. Why can it not still happen today? Are people, or is it more so I don't like sharing? Do you feel like maybe back in those times, like, a long time ago or whatever else it may be, women weren't comfortable with sharing, but they just went with the flow because it's like, oh, I want a man, or I don't want to disappoint my people. Like were people actually, or even like with women having 2 or 3 boyfriends at the same time, or 2 or 3 husbands, whatever it might have been. Like, is it more so people just really aren't comfortable with sharing? Like, let me ask you something, and most men are going to probably say no, but let's just say, are you cool with sharing? Are you cool with your woman like sharing you with a couple of other guys? Not you guys are all having sex together, stuff like that, but like, are you okay to have 6 girlfriends, or do you feel like one woman is just enough? Because that's the thing. I'm like, bro, isn't one woman just enough? How can y'all deal with 12 women at the same time?
Okay.
Well,
you go ahead first, Rob.
I mean, only take one woman to love.
Okay.
I could just fuck the rest of them and still love my wife.
So why not just be open and honest and say, hey, I'm just gonna keep it real with you. I love
you. They should.
But I'm gonna keep it real. My penis loves 60 other women. Are you cool with that?
You should.
But nobody's gonna do that.
I always say like this is like niggas lie. But you gotta be on a certain level to fucking be honest with a woman. So that's why I say, like, when you said earlier about how niggas look up to rappers and shit like that, honestly, niggas should just know it's levels to this shit. Niggas need to understand, like, you can't do what these niggas do. These niggas are a different breed. They could pull that shit up. They ain't gotta lie to they girl. They gonna tell them, hey, this is what it is. And that's what you get.
But you know what I think as well? I think that women, okay, there are just some things that I feel like women should just automatically know. It should be embedded in your DNA. Like, for example, a man should not have to sit here and send you randomly $2,000 and you don't know what's up. You know what's up. You should all listen. Once whoever pays for the check start getting horny, the other person needs to start getting horny. You should know what's up by then. Yeah. Okay, that's how I feel. Like, so you should know if you decide to become a rapper's girlfriend, you should know for a fact he's gonna have multiple other women like on him. It don't matter if they've been married for 40 years. Come on now. She knows what's going on. You decide to be with someone who has like hella money, he might decide to be controlling. So you should know. People just be wanting to sit here, set themselves up, and then they go call a radio station for relationship advice. Bro, come on now.
There's consequences.
Nobody wants to hear that.
This what we said this in the show before. Hey, ladies, there's consequences dating these niggas that you want. 6 feet and taller, make 6 figures. Hey, you could get that nigga. You know what I'm saying? But it's consequences. One of the consequences is, hey, that nigga ain't gonna be just fucking you. Or niggas, you want a bad bitch? Hey, it's consequence when it comes to these bad bitches, because a lot of these bad bitches are headaches.
But but it goes to this point what you were saying before when you were asking the question. One of the reasons that I wouldn't be okay with her sharing me is for me sharing her.
Explain why you wouldn't be okay with her sharing you with another man. Like, why is that not acceptable in y'all's book?
Because again, primitively, her womb is mine. That's who I use to have my kids with primitively.
Okay.
So if she share her womb with another nigga and she's sharing it with 5 and 6 others, I don't know if that child is mine, and I don't want to have to wonder that shit.
Hold on. Hey.
And I don't want to take care of another nigga's kid.
And mine might sound a little harsh, but hey, I worked too damn hard to get you. So you damn right I'm not gonna share.
Okay, let's all right. Let me start with the first point, what you said about your wound is hers and all that other type of stuff. Here's the thing, right? If it's two men in the household, you and one other guy, okay? Once whoever the paternity test comes back, that's who's gonna take care of the child. All right, you don't have to sit here. It ain't like you guys all live together. Okay, that's the first thing.
I don't share my space with no other man. Let me tell you something. My father ain't, and I'm his son, and that nigga wasn't sharing his space with me.
Okay.
I am territorial when it comes down to my space.
Okay, so
I don't share
you
none
got
of that.
5 years old. And with the second
No,
point,
my father made sure my ass at 17 was getting out at 18.
Okay.
He was like, "Do you got your life together yet?"
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. And with the second point about how you work so hard to get her. How did you work so hard to get? It don't take that much to get with a woman. It don't. Listen. It don't take that much.
Listen. So let's go with this. Let's go.
If you can make her laugh, it's all about your presentation.
W2.
It's all about your
I gotta
presentation.
be. Nigga.
No. But listen. No. What you saying is, and I'm gonna speak to that point. I was saying it earlier. We as men, we are totally different than women when it comes down to our value and our utility. Our utility and our value comes from how we can provide for our family, wife and children. How we protect wife and children is based off of these things right here. Security, that she knows that she's going to have security. Listen, I look for myself to be gone before my wife is gone. You know why? Because I'm gonna be able to take on the burden of that. And we have to learn these things. That shit doesn't come at 18, 19, and 20. That shit doesn't come sometimes until 35, 45. That's when we're at our peak. You women are at your peak when you're 18 because your value is God-given.
It would be nice.
There's nothing we can do when it comes. We don't hold a torch to y'all when it comes down to bringing human beings here. That is a hell of a. And then you look good, and you got the curves and all these different things. That's your value. That is a God-given value. So what we want to do is that we want to be able to lay our life on the line for you because you are the multiplier of a family. I can't have a family if I don't have a wife. If I don't have a woman that's right there that can give me kids, I don't really have shit.
Well, okay, wait,
it's just gonna be me.
I got a question.
So in order for that to happen, I'm gonna have to be the man for her. Go ahead.
Hold on, Kendra. Hold on. Let's introduce Damon.
Oh yeah. We got somebody. Hold on, before I even introduce Damon, because we got a lot. I didn't even see.
Let's read some comments too.
Yeah, this is my mom right here. Hey, mama, she came in. She said hello earlier.
Hi, mom.
We got my man Latrell Rashad. And he says that I think women who are raped and become pregnant from it be allowed to have an abortion. Otherwise, two grown adults carelessly having sex without protection, knowing you don't want each other forever, you should protect yourself. Having unprotected sex at some point, you're going to get pregnant. Am I reading that right? You're going to get pregnant. It's time to be accountable and have sex responsible. Yeah, we spoke on that earlier. He had put this earlier in the show. He was speaking to the same point that we were saying. Lawrence Johnson, that's my cousin. What's up, man? He said check out Exodus 21:22. -5. You know about that. I know you don't read the Bible.
I had read it, and then I had to go back and reread it again. Something about it, but yeah, and then that's what I was gonna say about the, if someone hurts a pregnant woman, harms a child in the womb, they shall be punished accordingly. But it still doesn't really say it or talks about abortion or anything else like that. And then again, I think the reason the Bible doesn't talk about abortion is because there was, to my knowledge, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, was there even abortion like back then. I mean, the Bible's
abortion didn't come out until the 70s.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't even think abortion was back then. So you had your job. You know, God's whole thing was be fruitful and multiply. He wanted to populate the earth. So abortion wasn't even a thing or anything else like that. You know,
course.
so
that's why it should be. This is the thing. No matter what side of the coin that you're on, it should always be where you can still understand the person's point. And the more you understand it, the more you can agree or disagree. That's my whole thing. Whether you agree or disagree, it's just understanding a point. Yeah. It is what it is. It has both sides actually have some type of validity. Lawrence also said it don't mention about abortion, but it does mention if someone hurts a pregnant woman. She just said that.
Yeah, she was right. She just read it.
Yeah, he put that. My man Latrell said, he was saying facts to whatever it was that we were saying. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I didn't see y'all on here. Lawrence also said, I tried to tell my kids to focus on their education instead of having a boyfriend/girlfriend. Yeah, you do got boys and girls, or sex, because it'll be harder to focus on your education and your child instead, and still end up with a teen pregnancy. All I can do is talk to my kids. It's up to them to listen and wait, or say that they are just going to have sex unprotected and deal with the consequences when it comes. Okay, and deal with the consequences when it comes. And I told the guy and his brother that her pregnant, you got her pregnant before they even met, to leave your girls alone and let them get their education. I know they were saying education.
You know her? Brittany? She want to say.
I'm on the plumber pipe.
I'm the only plumber.
Oh, my baby.
That's your daughter?
This is my oldest daughter. Yeah.
Hey, she want to join the panel. Get her in. Put the link in.
I can join the panel. I'm gonna put the panel in. I'm gonna put it in, baby. For you. Let me get the whatchamacallit right there. Yeah, that's my daughter, my oldest daughter.
Wow.
Right. Happy Father's Day to you.
Absolutely. Today ain't Father's Day.
No, every day. No.
But
every day is Father's Day if you are an active father in your child's life. Okay.
Fact.
I feel like you're an active parent.
I heard that. All right. I can fuck with it.
Well, let me mess around, and I got another family member that's right here over there doing. He look like he out there getting some good together.
I'm getting
my man's dang.
My mind right.
I'm gonna light up with you, bro. Shit.
I had the kids out there. It's time to relax.
My youngest daughter is on here. The reasoning behind banning abortion due to any reason is quite irrelevant, especially if you are not a woman. Our body, our choice. Can't force anybody to do anything they don't want to do. Simple. Okay.
I agree with that. As a woman, her body, her choice. Facts. Let me ask that. But I don't believe in abortion myself. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, let me ask y'all this.
Yeah, we know your ass don't believe in no damn
but I believe it is.
Let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this, right? Is our money? Because I feel like, it's unfair that I feel like it's unfair that a man should have to pay child support, especially he's in a child life.
You know what? I agree on that. And
and my whole issue with this, man, like honestly, like I'm not against it. I'm not saying I'm against it or for it. Actually, I'm really 50-50 about it. You know what I'm saying? But I can understand why. But the reason why I say I'm okay with it because it's fair. Because, hey, if you could tell a man when he should pay child support when he's clearly in a child life, you know what I'm saying? But he's still forcing him to pay child support. If he don't pay child support, he go to jail and all that other shit. I feel like it's only fair, you know what I'm saying, to put the overturn Roe versus Wade, you know. Men rights been taken away way before women rights. So that's how I look at it.
I want to hear somebody else have something to say about it.
All right. Now I feel that on the child support that if you are in the child's life, you know, as a man that's in his child's life, he's gonna make sure his child has everything he needs anyway. No man no judge should have to tell a man to take care of his children. He should do that off the jump. But see, it's normal in our society for the women to have control of the children and dictate what's gonna go on. You know, they take that away from the man unless the man fights for his rights as well. You know what I'm saying? So a man that fights for his rights, I don't think he should have to pay child support. I think he should do his you know, everything he has to do for his child. You know what I mean? Child support is a bunch of bullshit.
But when you put both of these in perspective, it's my body, my right.
Right.
Shouldn't it be? It's my money, my right.
Facts. This niggas is going through depression off this shit, bro.
Now watch it. Now watch this. Now, I don't want a child. The woman saying, I don't want a child. But what she's saying is that I don't want it, so I'll kill it. No, hold on. But if he says I don't want it, I don't want to kill it, but I don't want to be responsible at no point or nothing. Where's the fairness at that? That's why it's a very sticky thing, and I'm not saying that I'm for either one of them. I'm just being critical on both sides.
Yeah, I mean that's the point right there. Like that I never thought of it that way. That's deep.
Again,
that's deep.
You have a father. I showed him a case where this woman had 4 children. Her husband that she wasn't divorced from, they couldn't get a divorce because she ended up in the course of their divorce having 4 children. Was any of them children his? The husband. I ain't talking about the dude she was messing around with.
The dude with the
one that was by the judge. I don't even think none of those children was his, but he was responsible for those children.
I think that was the nigga who was cutting the grass.
No, that was the husband.
Oh, okay. I don't know, man.
So in order for them to get it, because she was messing around with a bunch of dudes.
She's being a hoe.
And the dude that took her to court he took her to paternity court, right?
Right.
Because he needed to find out if the 2 kids that she had was from him. One of them turned out to be not from him, and the other one was from him. But there was a husband that couldn't get a divorce. He was in a whole other relationship, and he couldn't get a divorce from that. He couldn't get a divorce from that woman because they still held him liable because he was the husband of having them children.
Dang.
And those children I think it wasn't, none of them was his. She had 4 of them.
And he still had to pay for them?
They had to he was about to, but they had to establish paternity from the man that she was currently with.
Okay.
And one of the children wasn't, and the other one was. And then she tried to act like she was surprised. She was like, she asked the judge, "Are you sure?" And then the judge asked her, "Well, do you know who the other guy actually could have been?" She said, "Yeah." She was like, "But you was just telling me that you didn't know who the guy was." Right. Did you talk to the guy about it? Do he want to be in a child's life? She said, at first he did. So she lied through that whole court case.
Hey.
The husband was like, well, shit, at least I know now. But he still got to go to, a regular court. You know what I'm saying? So this is where it gets to a point where when we're talking about this paternity thing, it's not a woman's right. It should be a woman and a man's right because it takes 2 of them to have a child, period. Right. She's the one that carries that child. She's the one that carries the child. He ain't the one to carry. He can't. He's not able to do it. She has the child for him. That's basically what it is. Kennedy says there's a bigger conversation about abortion than a typical consensual act. Overturning Roe versus Wade is only going to make this more dangerous for all. Do y'all agree with that?
Man, I don't know. I feel like we just need to see it out. I feel like we shouldn't jump the gun.
They just overturned something that happened in the 70s.
Yeah, so.
That's true.
Oh. And we got my other baby. We got Nidra here. She said, my question for Robert. Oh, shit. Are you saying because men's rights have been taken away when it comes to child support, that women's rights for pro-choice should be taken away?
No, I'm not. But I'm just saying is that if we're gonna talking about women's rights, you know what I'm saying, talking about they trying to take our rights away. When we think about abortion right, a man don't even have to say so if he don't even have to say so, have the last say so. The woman do. You know, a man don't have to say so, say, hey, I don't want you to be the mother of my child, and I don't want this kid. At the end of the day, it's still gonna be the woman's choice. You know what I'm saying?
Or you can say I do want it.
Or you do, yeah, you can say y'all do want it, but you're still gonna if you're not gonna fuck with that dude, he can still gonna put him on child support. If he even say I will be in this child life, it don't matter. They still gonna put his ass on child support. So I feel like if we're gonna just talk about what's right or wrong, I feel like it's only fair. You know what I'm saying? If a man don't have the last so if he want to have a baby, hey, I don't know. I feel like if both parties is not agreeing with it, you know, I feel like a woman should have the last say. So I'm sorry, I just don't. I feel like that it have to be an agreement between the man and the woman. I'm sorry. Like,
now, what if they don't agree? So now you got to go to court. Because I mean,
what you mean they don't agree?
If they both, if she says yes,
they should
and
go to
he
court.
says no,
they should take it to court. Yeah.
So now
it just
so
at least
now
it should have a man should at least fight it.
So now it should be a judge's choice if she carries his baby or not.
Say that again, Dan.
So now it should be a judge's choice if they can't agree. So now they're going to court, and it should be a judge's choice because somebody gonna have to get in and step in and say, hey.
Well, you got to get to that point. Yes, you got to get to that point.
Can I say something?
Well, let me introduce my baby right quick. This is my oldest
daughter,
Brittany. Say hey to the panel. Hey, is that my grandson? Jace, what's up, man?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Hey.
Oh Lord, look, man, he got your face.
Looking like Jimmy. Looking like
what's up,
Jimmy.
say something, baby? What you got to say?
I was just going to say.
You can't tell me anything.
Hey, Jay.
Well, I just want to say this. I'm not trying to shit on like I said on both sides.
Yeah, no, I'm
just saying that I can understand why, and I feel like it's only fair. I feel like both men and women are really affected in the situation.
Both men
That's all I'm
and
saying.
women are, and I totally agree. Maybe before when I was pregnant with Jace, I probably did not have that exact feeling. But now that I am in motherhood and I'm actually a parent, it's a whole different ball game now. So I see that it takes both parents to have a child. But what I can say is the man has the very first choice, whether you want a child with this woman or you want a child, period. You have that very, very first choice. And I can go back to even what my dad was saying in the beginning of when a man is in his sexual state, that's when his animal instincts are coming out. You know, he's not thinking with his brain. He's thinking with his one brain. It's down there. That's the first brain he's thinking with. But if we gonna hold women accountable, we gotta hold everybody accountable. So as a man, when you wasn't thinking with your logical brain and you got that woman pregnant, you make that first decision. Now you put the decision in her hands to make it is life or death for that child. Unfortunately, well, the fetus, because when you're going through the abortion, that's not even a baby, it's a fetus.
It's still a real baby. It's still a real baby.
It's a fetus with a heartbeat. It's an alien. That is
it all starts.
But going back to what you just said, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We touched that on it earlier. Hey, hopefully we shouldn't be complaining about this. We should be adapting. So one thing we can adapt,
right?
Start fucking with a purpose. Let's try to be more responsible. Hey, if you don't see yourself marrying a motherfucker, you shouldn't be having no fucking kids. To me, shit, motherfuckers should go back. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you want to have a kid? Nigga, hey, I feel like you be ready to have a kid. Goddamn you ready to be fucking married. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, we are sexual beings. At the end of the day,
We
men and
are,
women, we are all sexual beings, and we can't control what one does with they like. We just can't control that. And honestly, this shouldn't even be a conversation when one does, and they like just like gay people being married. That's not a conversation. What people do intimately is not. This should not even be a conversation. Why are we discussing whether somebody keep a baby or not?
Because if people are gonna be mad about it and complain about it, I feel like instead of wasting that time, because all this is gonna do is, man, trying to separate everybody, bro.
Yeah,
everybody get mad at each other, bro.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So it's like, instead of doing all that shit, all right, man. At the end of the day, we in this motherfucker. We in America. What the fuck we gonna do?
Yeah.
What else can we fucking do about it? So we gotta fucking adapt to this shit. You know what I'm saying? We gotta think logical with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Once you think more logical about this shit and adapt to shit, that's how we can really make change. And honestly, that's where we know it won't affect us as much. That's how I feel like.
But this is the thing. Whether we like it or not, we are all connected with each other. Everybody's connected with each other. So it's more of a social thing. It's a whatchamacallit on there. It's right on. We are all, so it matters to us because we have to look at society as human beings being able to get along with each other. And when you have to talk about homosexuality, you have to talk about with the children that is involved with these things. When do you talk to children? When do you let people influence each other? We all influence each other at some level in life. Everybody influences each other. No matter how much you think that you don't influence somebody, when you think ain't nobody looking, there's people looking at you. So it all should be a conversation. All of it should. Now, this is the thing. People should be able to do what the fuck they want to do. Period. However, they have to do it in discretion.
Yeah.
Because you have these little things we call little children.
Yeah, man.
They're very impressionable, and this world has a bigger hold on a lot of these children than their own parents do. So we have to be able to say, hey, we have to be a society of people that just want to be good people. That's it. You're gonna make mistakes, you're gonna disappoint people, all these different things. But when you out here, like for instance, you got people that's doing the great thing, people that's assaulting other people, all these different things. Those are the people that should not be into this society, because the ones that they prey on is the ones that's vulnerable and weak. So it makes a difference. What somebody does in their personal life, we could say that it doesn't work. But when they start putting that shit on
on TV,
social media, and they start putting it into the family, and they start impressioning on people, putting impression on people, we got a problem with that shit. We should have a problem with that shit.
Yeah. And also, like, you know what? Going back what Damon said, like, what happens if they don't agree? I feel like another thing we need to do. All right. If we can't agree with it, we need to at least sit down and come up with a plan how we're gonna raise this kid. Figure out the next step. What we're gonna do.
That's so much easier.
We need to start communicating on these shit. You know what I'm saying? And I know that shit sound kind of harsh what I said, but you know, it's just like, you know, if we're gonna talk about women rights, you know what I'm saying, we gotta act, you know, we gotta understand men's rights as well. You know what I'm saying? You know, this is a man and woman. It should be about the man and a woman. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I was coming from.
We got Miss Nidra.
We need to be. We all got to do better as people, man.
Yeah, we got Miss Nidra in the spot. Miss Nidra, evidently she came on here because she got some shit. She got to say, her goddamn chest.
Don't cuss me.
Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest.
Hey, everybody. No, Robert, I just wanted clarification. I wasn't understanding exactly what you were saying. So once you said it again, I completely agree. I believe that when people procreate, or when people do the act of procreating, the possibility, of course, is getting pregnant. So if two people do the act of sex and get pregnant, and one decide, or whatever the case may be, it should be both parents agree if they're going to abort a child. I believe that. And unfortunately, it's not that way. the woman does have the last say so because it is her body.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying completely, and I agree with that.
And also look at this. Like we live in the times now, shit, where people really is okay. You have people say, "Hey, I'm okay having a child before I get married." You know, and the reason I know that because I used to be that same motherfucker. Well, it was okay. Like, it's okay to have kids before you get married. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not knocking people that do that, but just think about the mindset about that.
Because a lot of people, when you young, I mean, you just humping. I mean, a lot of people when they're young, they're not thinking about that. But another thing that I wanted to touch on is a little bit off subject, but it kind of ties into something that you said, Robert. You were saying about men's rights and how things are unfair. Now, I'm a unit coordinator of labor and delivery. Okay. And a lot of times I see that's very unfair for men if your wife get pregnant and you are not the father, like you can be married and separated. Your wife is pregnant, right? And if she has this baby and it's known that this is not your husband's child, your husband is still responsible for that child because they're married. That shit is all the way unfair.
And that's the system fucking up the people.
It's the system. It's a lot of unfairness when it comes to men and the child support system. And I see it firsthand.
And guess who suffered the most? The child. Because I talk about it on the podcast many times. Like, I had to deal with that shit when I was a kid. That shit is a fucking frustrated situation where you have two parents that are not on the same page. They're not willing to work together or be cordial together. Even make me fake and believe that y'all get along. Yeah. But I always got to hear bullshit like what he don't do. Or, no, what she do. It's like, goddamn, like, your guys is acting like children. I feel like I'm more mature than y'all. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we need to start thinking about that. And James say all the time, man, real unconditional love when you're thinking about your kids are not here yet. And when people get mad at James, ask questions like, "Oh, your mother it shows how a mother loves his child based on the man that she get with." That shit is fucking true. Because y'all don't get along, then y'all making this a long ass process. You know what I'm saying? Me and my dad fell off when I was 15 because, his frustration, what he was dealing with, you know what I'm saying? I felt like he would put it on me, you know what I'm saying? Because, he had to pay child support, and, he was only seeing me every 2 weeks, and, all this other shit, and they had to go on me. But, me as a young man, you know what I'm saying? Like, a son always gonna have his mama back way before the dad. It is what it is. So I had a mindset like, fuck it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going off on them and shit like that. Well, fuck it, you know what I'm saying? I don't need you. I got my mom and shit. And then when I grow up and reflect on things, I'm like, well, damn, I could see where my dad was coming from a little bit. Not to knock my mom, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to do all that. But, once you get older, then you start seeing shit. You start seeing your friends going through this shit. See, I didn't see niggas cry, go to depression over this shit. So now I see a bigger picture now. You know what I'm saying? Like, and like I said, I don't know how they went left, but I won't take it away. My mom did make it difficult on him. I won't take it away.
Hi,
it
y'all.
is what it is,
Hey.
So.
Sunshine! I forgot I even put you on the damn thing. I had to get you in here, girl.
Y'all? I'm just listening.
What's going on?
I kind of checked in a little late, so I'm listening. Somehow y'all got into like the decision making of ending a pregnancy via abortion. So give me the 2-minute recap of what I missed from the top to the bottom, because what I have to say is probably something totally unrelated.
No, if you have anything to put on the as far as the Roe versus Wade overturn, or if you had anything to deal with as far as like women's rights, or if you anything that you can talk about on that. We kind of like we going a little more. The conversation has been way bigger than women rights.
Okay, so
and what you heard basically, Robert, he had just you can cap even off of that if you wanted to.
Sorry, y'all. When I get deep, shit.
Oh no, I understand. I completely understand that. Those emotions that you're dealing with and experiences that you've been through. So
that's why I say what I say. Like sometimes shit sound like I'm going left or I'm trying to trigger people, but a lot of shit I say, I seen and experienced some shit, and it's like, damn, it's like you have people just seeing people on bullshit about it. So that's where I be coming from. You know what I'm saying?
So here's the angle I'm coming from. So the decision by Roe versus Wade, we could go real deep into it. It was like 40, 30 years in the making. Republicans, it's a legislative thing that's been going on for a long time. And the Democrats basically got blindsided because they're always 5 steps behind the Republicans in their strategies, tactics, and in order to obtain the goals that they like to see. And it started, with putting certain people or supporting senators and representatives all across the country over the years so that they could have the numbers, right? So that's one thing. Secondly, the decision should not be shocking because, if we want to bring it to recent, then we know it was the goal of our former president, like him or not, Trump. And he was just basically I want to say he was what is it called when you're the face of something, you know what I mean? When he was just like the face of it, but there were other people. He was the puppet, and there was puppet masters behind him.
They were paying a whole lot of money for his ass to go ahead.
Absolutely,
and lobby for
they were right. But look what the end goal was, right? They ended up getting the legislation, or the law overturned by the highest court in the nation.
And what happened? How did it end up being a shoe-in? We talked about it earlier. You probably didn't hear what we were saying. They had what is her name? Ketanji Johnson. Ketanji Johnson. She was pro-life. So they needed that. They needed her to be in there. That's why so many people was upset with her, because she already had stated she's a pro-lifer. And she's not gonna deal with that whole thing. So that's why so many people was upset that they had her. So that was the vote that they would need on that Supreme Court.
Right. So I'm just saying that's the same angle I'm going at. So it's regardless of who the justices were who voted for it, the seats were there in place for this ruling to come out. Yes. Now, I'm going to flip it a little bit as far as being a Black woman. And I'm going to say this ain't our fight, honestly. This is not about Black women in general. Our bodies have never been protected. Our bodies, they could care less. I think that there's a more nefarious type of reasoning for overturning Roe versus Wade. And I believe, this is my belief, of course, there are pro-lifers, there are people who are pro-choice, and, it's alarming because a lot of people, women, in the Black community and other poor communities across the nation rely upon reproductive health care. And in that area, abortions are covered. But I really honestly believe that some of the reasons that the legislators made their decisions or did this is because of numbers, population. If you look at the population everywhere in the country, they're talking about, Caucasians are the minorities in many places, if as far as people identifying as people of color. And sadly enough, now I say it's not our fight, but what I do also want to clarify is that we will get the last end of the stick as Black women about the decision to, no longer provide those services in various states across the country. And I'm just saying that you got to look a little bit deeper, because it's also about power and control, and that's pretty much all
But what we have to understand is that, listen, power and control is always there. First and foremost, power and control is never given, right?
What?
Power and control is never given. It's either
taken.
Transferred or taken.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what this world is basically about. It's about power and it's about control. And the thing is this, and you probably didn't hear us earlier, but when I was telling people that, listen, the way that you gain power is that as the populace, as the people, you have to actually understand, we all have to understand that we are the most powerful and the biggest part of government. But they've changed it. They haven't changed it. I keep saying, I hate saying they. It's been changed to the point that the ideology has us thinking that we're less powerful than what we really are. And the reason why it's like that is because we stay separate because of our ideologies and our thoughts. When you think about how much we've been taking a hit since Trump came in office. We have been separate. I'm talking about all across the United States. We were separate when it came down to who votes for him. Then we came separate on who was voting. Shit.
Right.
Then we became separate on the vaccination and the belief if it was real or if it wasn't. We've been separated. We taking hits.
But if you're gonna go there though, but it also has to do with mass communication. And I think we touched on this last week in terms of where people get their information from. And right now today, everyone, well, no, I don't want to say everyone, because there are still independent thinkers and people who want to study and research. So, but we're very few and far between, because everyone wants to learn about something in 2 seconds or 2 minutes. 2 minutes is too long for some people, for a lot of people. And I say that, the mass communications came via social media and other streams that, were falsehoods. And by the time these social media platform owners or whatever decided to say, oh, well, we got too much fake shit out here, everybody was believing the bullshit.
I mean, it never stopped. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
what
stop,
era,
but I'm just saying,
whatever, it's propaganda is propaganda. It doesn't matter how it is. The thing is that we got to understand that is in existence, and it's always going to be in existence.
Right, but see, you're smart enough to understand that, James. Everyone on this panel is smart enough to understand that propaganda lives and breathes and is real. But there's a high percentage of us. I mean, you still see people resharing dumb shit.
Now watch this. That's why I was going to with the whole thing with keeping us separate, right? The icing, and this might not be the icing on the cake. This might be the other process. But now they got us with this whole Roe v. Wade, and now they're separate. They're getting closer and closer to the families to separate us based off of what people think and what they feel and not what they know. The only thing that we all know is that they just overturned an old ass goddamn law. that has not even been, you can still tomorrow go get a damn abortion if you want to go get one. It's going to still take a long time for them to even get this together. Why? Because now it has to go through all these different states.
Yeah, but
while it's going through these states, now that's the thing. While it's going through these states, guess what's happening right now? You got all these different caucuses that's getting together, and they're about to fight it. So it's going to be an ongoing fight. In the meantime, the rest of us are sitting back arguing with each other over bullshit. It's not nothing to be arguing over right now. Because instead of us arguing with each other about it,
Who's arguing? Are we arguing or we just?
No.
I'm talking
about the United States.
Oh, okay.
Silly as hell.
I'm like, ain't nobody arguing.
So now, what's happening now is that there's something else that's about to come down this pipe. Understand? While we sitting back talking about some goddamn rights to kill
they
a
working
fucking baby.
on something else.
They're working
on something else. And right now, let me tell you one.
And you know what? They ain't gonna think about this shit's going.
No, because it's to keep us distracted. Yep. What's about to happen is what people ain't understanding. We got a shortage of food, y'all. They stopped the goddamn pipeline from coming down here. You still got truck drivers that's on the side of these roads and being on the side of these and at these damn ports. And they've been at these goddamn ports for months now. You got so many damn trucking companies that went out of business. You got, if you go into your local grocery store right now, you will see that shit, that you don't have everything that you used to have. It's about to be something different.
Shortage of food and
what they
baby
gotta
formula.
Yes.
Yep.
Now this is the craziest thing. Had we been together as the largest body of fucking government, one of the things we would have never had to worry about some goddamn formula.
Which is BS.
I swear to God.
It ain't
bullshit.
No baby formula shortage. It's BS.
You better say that again.
We got a shortage of chicken wings, but we ain't got a shortage of chicken.
Exactly.
All the thighs you want. What do you say? All the thighs you want. Man.
All the thighs you want, but we got chicken wing shortage, but we ain't got no damn thighs. We got thighs. We ain't got a thigh shortage.
But I don't agree. I don't agree that well, I don't want to say I don't agree. I understand. I just don't agree with the distraction theory, because I think we need to be paying attention to all of it at the same time. Because no, I mean, you just mentioned it, and I'm assuming that you're smart enough to know that there is something more going on. So we ask ourselves, okay, so now the Supreme Court just overturned Roe versus Wade. Now we have to ask ourselves why. We got to say, well, how the fuck is there chicken? I mean, there's chicken, but ain't no wings. Why? It's like all the. We got to stop, saying things like, why, what, something. It's something.
Hold that thought, Sasha. Let me get a shout out to Wild Dog. He's in here. Let me read his because I got a couple of them I got to read right quick. He said, here in Washington State, we don't care about no, he didn't say they don't care about any women. They had to force the cops to go to the grape kit here. I think we need to what do you say? I think we need, like you say, saying legislation and protect women in many ways. Am I reading that right?
Well, basically what he's saying is in Washington, they don't give a damn about no women. And I understand that, but now if they don't care about any women, you could best believe your bottom black ass that black women are at the lowest of that woman totem pole. And he's saying that I think he said something related to rape kits. They had to force them to get to them, and then I forgot what his last point was.
Hey, it's 100 of y'all niggas in here, man. Like the video
and share it.
Share it. I'm looking at the lights now.
Gloria, my mama, she said, "Oh yeah, what we was talking about. She was talking about Kenyanji Brown. Is it Brown? I thought it was Johnson.
Nope, it's Brown.
She's pro-choice, right? We was talking about she's pro-choice. Pro-choice. I thought she was pro-life. I could have sworn she was pro-life. I have to look at that again. I have to look at it again to see if that's actually true. But my daughter said Louisiana stopped that within just a few hours. That's why I had to catch up because I didn't catch what she was saying. And my other daughter, she left. Wild Dog says, sorry, autocorrect, but our legislation had to force the police to go through the grape kits. Okay. I remember that. Was it in Seattle? I think it, yeah. I remember that. I remember that story. Absolutely. And then Wild Dog said, thank God there hasn't been a rock star drink.
No, the energy drink, nigga.
What's that, Shaq? Go ahead and finish your thought.
Well, I'm just saying, we have to start asking the questions why, and I understand, people keep screaming on the whole vote shit. I vote every damn election, right? And at some point we gotta start asking, well, why do we have these piss poor representatives and legislators or Congress people in these leadership making law positions, and it's not transcending to anything that benefits particular communities overall.
That's the point, but because it don't.
And
it don't affect us.
I got an answer for that.
Go ahead.
Because we don't know how to vote. We don't know how to. You got to understand, there's a process in voting. First and foremost, before you start voting, you have to start electing. In order for you to elect, you have to know who the hell you electing.
Bingo.
And we are not connected enough. That's why I said we don't understand that we are the largest and the most powerful part of government.
Block.
We don't understand
well, that depends. We could be, but we don't.
Yes. We have the potential, but potential ain't shit when you out here getting your ass handed to you for 400 years. So that's what we have to end up doing, y'all. And I'm talking to the world. We have to start being more cognizant on how we pick the people that we have. And it may not start, and listen, the average person does not know what the voting process takes, right? The average person. But if you start with just your community that you're in, all you got to do is learn how to be, and you don't have to be one. And me and my mother talked about this earlier today. All you have to do is see what it takes to be a damn a city council, right? Whether you go and be one or not. Watch the shit that you gotta do, and it's an easy thing. Yeah. Any one of us can be city council.
Yeah.
Any one of us can be city council. Once you start practicing that right there, you don't have to actually be city council. All you got to do is just figure out what it takes to be city council. Watch how involved you're going to be into the voting process, because you got to elect before you vote.
Yeah.
And you got to understand that there's power in words. First and foremost, voting comes from the word wish. That's what a vote is. That's why you don't feel like that the vote it counts, because you're wishing. Secondly, your vote cost. It costs. You got to put money behind the people that you elect. And thirdly, and I can go on and on and on, you got to be able to trust the process.
Yeah. Let me ask you this real quick. Do you believe in holding your vote?
Yes, I believe that there's power in holding your vote.
I believe that as well.
But you can't hold your vote. See, holding your vote is that you are going to use it, but who are you using it for? It's one thing, and some people think holding your vote is like not voting. No, it's not. You don't have to. You still vote. This is the thing. Like when I look at, every time we look at that presidential when we look at the presidential ballot, right? Once you get to the part about the presidents, there's always at least 3 candidates, right? You got a Democratic, you got a Republican, and then you would have some crazy ass shit where what they call them, baby? What they call those damn people?
Independents.
A liberal.
You got they're independent, but they call them something different. You have a
Green Party,
libertarian, a libertarian. You have people that are libertarians, and then you probably have about 4 or 5 candidates. Then you got write-ins and all these different things. If you actually look these people up before you vote, a year before, we about to have the primaries here in Michigan, and before you vote, all you got to do is go get the people that's in the run-ins, and then you look them up. They all got YouTube channels. They all got all kind of shit that they're campaigning for. You will understand what they're about. You didn't pick them, but damn, you still got to be part of the process. I'm just, at one point, I've been growing up, you know, we just never stopped growing up, nobody. But as I've gotten older and the more that I learned about what's happening in this world and how I can be a utility in this world, one of the things I learned was that I got to be a lot more vigilant and smart. Yeah. I got to stop leading with my damn emotions. This has been a big issue in my life. So, because only thing that it's going to do for me is just make me angry and upset every day. I'll be damn if I'm going to be angry and upset again. Fuck that. I ain't got a lot of time on this damn earth. None of us do.
Amen. Ain't nobody have time for that.
We ain't got no time for this bullshit.
Listen.
So you just do what you can do, and then you give it to the next person. This is one of the reasons why we do this podcast. I'm like, shit, how the fuck can we help? Some people help by being hands-on, going into the communities. Shit, some people do it by putting their shit out here on podcasts. Some people go directly to their family members. It's a whole lot of ways we can help. You ain't got to do what everybody else is doing.
Listen.
But we ain't. One of the things we got to stop doing, though, we got to stop being mad at each other over our thoughts and what the hell we want to vote for. We should be able to have good arguments with each other. We have bad arguments with each other. Yeah. Some of these arguments end with brothers and sisters not talking to each other because of what president they voted for. That is some bullshit.
Yeah. You got people on fucking social media. I'm unfollowing people, unfriending people if you're with the Roe versus Wade. Y'all niggas need to stop, bro.
Cut it out.
Y'all niggas look
they
like
said what now? Say that again, Robert. What they say?
There's people out here tweeting and Facebooking and on Instagram talking about I'm gonna like I just saw some this girl. She was like I saw this so-called woman talking about she's with Roe versus Wade and she's supposed to be a church girl and she believed this is right. How can you tell a woman how she do with her body? I'm just unfollow. Period. All this other shit.
I think it's funny that she had to announce that she was unfollowing. Just
like for real. Just unfollow him.
Hey, look, my daughter.
Niggas just want a voice. Just have a voice. Just niggas.
Look, my daughter say we need to overthrow the government somehow, some way.
She said throw the whole government away.
Yeah.
I agree.
We need to overthrow
I agree.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So one thing I did want to piggyback on something that James said is, or that we were just talking about in general, is when it comes to, I think before you even get to the voting part itself, you, like James said, start in your own community. I work for a private business owner that lives in a small city, right, in Michigan. And I listen and hear her people, like the clients that come into the spa and stuff like that, they are involved. Like they know when they having meetings for the city, they know what's going on in the city, like what's going to be on the ballot. They know all of that stuff because they follow the people that's going to be coming up for the upcoming elections. And I think those are the most important things that we need to get involved in, like the city council and people that's going to be, you know, of course, the president is one thing, but I think what's more important for the communities is the city council and people that like the, you know, city clerks and the district attorneys, stuff like that. So what these people are about before they get on the ballot. You know what I'm saying? You hear what they're about, and you see what they're posting and all that stuff before, when you see these names coming up 2 weeks before it's time to vote, then you're trying to Google everything, that's not really doing your due diligence of research of these people that's running. You need to be involved in your community and see who's going to be on the ballot and see what they're about really before it's time to vote.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, but because this is the thing, it's not a practice right now, and I think what it is that, like, I'm not even gonna lie, I was on that kick, some years ago, where I'm like, man, your vote don't count. Why would people vote and all this shit right here? But as I started looking at different types of documentaries, I started reading. Even if when I let me tell you, one of the books that had me to a point where I was just like, we've been lied to, and we continue to be lied to, is The Miseducation of the Negro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you ain't never read that motherfucker book, let me tell you.
It's a classic. Yes.
That book is going to make you a goddamn skeptic of everything that people tell you. It's going to make you a skeptic. However, you got to balance that shit out with some other shit, because they have the Journal of the Negro also. It gives a different side. It shows something different.
I never read that one.
What we have to do as Black folks is that we got to take our place here in America. If you ain't going to take your place in America, get the fuck on and go somewhere else. You better not take your ass to Africa, because that ain't shit but China.
Right.
That ain't shit but goddamn China. Where you going to go? You going to go to Barbados? You going to go to the islands? That ain't shit but the goddamn the UK.
It's a lot worse in those countries than it is over here.
They trying to get here.
But niggas
because
don't
they
understand
know that
that.
this is the land of opportunity.
It's like,
you think I'm lying? Go to goddamn college.
Like, what the fuck y'all niggas complaining? What y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna get out this motherfucker? We still gonna be in this motherfucker. Like,
fight.
What the fuck we doing?
I'm on a flight tomorrow.
Keep fighting.
Shit.
Girl, you ain't going no damn where. Where you gonna go?
I'm on a flight tomorrow.
No, nobody wants you. Like I'm drunk. Nobody wants you.
One thing.
They gonna see my ass
you
back.
Western.
Right, you gonna have to.
They gonna send your ass right back. They gonna put a
I
poster
ain't
stamp
gonna have
on
to
your
pay for
forehead.
airfare. They're gonna be like,
thing,
send this Negro back.
She Western out in the motherfucker.
Exactly.
Hey,
you ain't gonna have no rights in that.
Right.
You ain't gonna have
right.
none.
You ain't.
Rights.
Go to the wrong part. If you don't know nothing about them countries in Africa, you gonna be fucked up.
Yeah,
it is not. It's not what people think it is.
In Africa, it's okay to beat your hoe. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You
think you ain't got no woman rights here?
Right.
Shit.
Oh, hold on. Now you say that was my place of choice to go. I did not say that by.
Hey, they got a
Let's be clear on
that. They got a day for ass whooping. It is a Saturday. It's ass whooping day.
They got shit where they if a woman is caught, if a woman is caught cheating, she can be killed.
She gets stoned.
Right.
Yep.
She actually gets stoned. But this is the craziest part, because I mean, if you could just look this shit up, and it's just certain parts of Africa, because there's some parts of Africa, I ain't gonna even lie. There's some parts of Africa, man, you like, damn, nigga, this is, what is that, Wakanda? Or what's the one that
Lord, he done
no, I'm talking about the shit that don't even exist in Africa.
Exactly.
Wakanda.
He done made up a damn.
That shit don't even exist.
Everything in Africa is not poor. That's why.
Yeah, it's very. They have
niggas,
some very.
But
you got to know about that country.
Yeah.
Because the country is shit, it's rich in this motherfucker. You just got a bunch of poor motherfuckers. You only got less than 1% of the motherfuckers that's actually real millionaires, not people that got $1 million. You ain't a millionaire if you got $1 million. Shit. After that year's out, you got what, 700 and something thousand? That's it. So, but when you talking about rights, like I said, the thing is right now is that they got people arguing with each other over something that, trust me, it's not going to be all that goddamn bad. It's not.
I got a question.
What they just told us though was that it is a liberty.
Yeah.
You better understand what a liberty and a right is.
I got one question.
My bad.
Go ahead, Bo. Go ahead.
What is Damon eating now?
Yeah, this nigga stay eating on our show, man.
Like this
nigga got up about 4 times.
I am so glad he asked that question because he was tearing that shit up.
Ice cream.
This nigga been on the show eating sandwiches and shit.
He done smoked good, ate some good watermelon. I ain't got something else.
Yeah, this nigga be smacking, man. Shit, I ain't mad at it though.
Okay,
but you want to go ahead?
No, go ahead.
That was a question.
Oh shit. But okay, what I was going to say, right? We was talking about when I say holding a vote, and you're right. Holding your vote is not just when it comes to voting, but what I'm talking about more so as like, I'm the type of person when it comes to voting, bro. I'm not just gonna be voting just to be voted. You know, I'll be perfectly fine to say I didn't vote. Like, I'm okay with that. One thing I hate about people, especially black people, they always want to I hate when people do this in general. Like, even with the Roe versus Wade, people will fucking find something to make you feel bad about to change your decision on something. You know, like me, I vote if I really feel like this is the right person for it to to run this country. I shouldn't have to vote based on who died for me to vote. You know. And that shit is be so irritating. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I tell people, I was like, you don't know what the fuck they really die for. And then you can't tell me or convince me. You can't tell me or convince me and say, we're gonna risk our life so people can just vote.
Look, y'all, Robert sound like Rosa Parks ain't get shit to sit down on the bus.
So Robert, you're talking about when people are saying our ancestors died for you to vote. That's what you're talking about when people make those type of comments.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
And then it's like, no, I have to correct people. Like, no, they died so we could have the choice to vote. The choice.
Right.
The reason why they fought because they didn't have the choice. They was fighting for just to have the option.
The option, right.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, I get
it. Like this goofy ass shit. And then have the nerve to do this shit and still complain about this shit. Like, no. You didn't take time to really understand who you was voting for. You know what I'm saying? You got really shit. I remember growing up, they was telling me that I should vote Democrat. I used to ask why. Well, you just should.
Because you're black.
Because you're black.
Yeah, and that's
it's like
that's sad.
You like this past election, like with Trump and Biden. I used to ask people like, why you don't want to vote for Trump? Well, he's a racist, and he's trying to divide us as a people.
We already divided as a people.
We already divided, and plus all these niggas is racist, you know. So
including you, the person
because
that
you want to talk about racist,
like,
Joe Biden's more racist than fucking Trump. He actually got laws that fuck up black people.
Joe Biden, he told a black man, "You don't vote for me,
you ain't black." Ain't that some shit? But you mad at Trump because he said he want to grab you by the pussy.
He a pervert.
Come on, man. What we talking about?
He may not like black people, but god damn it,
niggas don't.
So what?
Niggas out here don't think for their fucking selves. They make a decision just based on what somebody told them, or just to be in a circle in a trends of just satisfy other people.
But most
be
people
down for something.
Why they even let Biden run with his senile?
No. All these guys, man, you got to understand, this is a rich man's game. First and foremost, these guys are multimillionaires, damn near billionaires. Okay, when you talk about that type of a move, they ain't go out there to be goddamn city council. They ain't try to be mayor. These motherfuckers said, "I want to be president."
And can't even remember
what president actually is. President is the executor of the corporation USA. It's not the U.S. Two different things. You think I'm lying? Look it up in Google. Two different things. You got USA, the United States of America. Then you got the United States. Two different things. One is a corporation and one is a company. So what they end up doing is being the executor. That's what they ended up doing. It ain't got nothing to do with them being a fucking servant of the people or none of that shit. That is a different type of move that they have to make. What they're trying to get to is being the president forever. Understand this. Even though people call these motherfuckers the former president, once your ass is president, unless you got impeached,
they still call
stay
you president.
Yep. You are still president.
Well,
now,
see, that's
the first lady.
I'm glad you.
The first lady is the goddamn former first lady, but the president, as long as he's not impeached, he stays the president, which means that he has the same shit as if he was in the White House. The only thing he don't have is the White House. Look at Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, before he was the president, he dealt with what? The White House. He always worked for the White House. He's a lawyer by trade, and that's what he dealt with. I don't know exactly what his job was. He ended up being president, and guess what he ended up doing once he got out of presidency? Working for the White House still. The man still works for the White House. Do anybody know who's the richest president ever of all times?
Obama, right?
Obama. President Obama. How the fuck he end up being the richest president ever?
I don't know. What's your point?
I don't know, and I don't.
How did he?
My whole point is that it's not about who you vote for when it comes down to the executive. It's about who you vote for when it comes down to the lawyers. I mean, they still lawyers, but the judges that you have.
Yeah.
You don't never hear nobody getting upset because they got a stupid ass judge in goddamn at the bench.
And them the people you need to be upset about.
Right, these are the people you need to be upset. Look at all these motherfuckers getting their ass handed to them when they go to court for traffic tickets.
That's what I'm talking about. Those are the people that you need to be.
You going to jail? You ran the red light.
Well, that
you ain't got
in your district.
So here's the point.
We out here, we upset about the wrong shit.
So yeah,
you got Detroit done had city council. Man, y'all remember how that shit was? We was the laughing stock of the goddamn world. We had city council for 4 years that couldn't even get along with each other. They fighting. You got one broad calling a nigga Shrek. You got people, they were arguing about shit they had, and we were just sitting there just looking. We had a damn mayor that was sitting back out here doing all kind of fucked up shit. All kind of shit. Because he was black, we was like, cool. They made us look stupid. We got a white mayor right now, and Detroit is starting to come up now. That don't look good on us at all. At all. And it's because we're worried about the wrong fucking things. That's all I'm saying. The Roe versus Wade thing is one thing. I don't have a fight in that whole thing because it's way bigger. I'm glad my baby said it. She said it. This is way bigger. She's like, I agree. We need to overthrow. And that's why I like, college students. That's what happens anyway. When you get college students, they think a little bit different than everybody else. I don't know why. But yes, overthrow. It sounds crazy, but let me tell you what other countries do. I don't know if y'all ever seen the shit that happened in Egypt. They got tired of their goddamn government and they evicted their ass. Not only out of the fucking building, but they evicted their ass out of the goddamn country.
That's what I'm talking about.
Haiti. They just did it in Haiti.
That's pro right there, not this pro-black
So
shit.
can we go back
you get what I'm saying?
Can we go back to the Roe versus Wade since we're talking about that, right?
What's wrong with it?
You were talking about people, the judges. So back to the strategies, this 40-year strategy that they embarked upon, and they ended up with the result that they wanted. It's because in our country, Supreme Court justices, once they are appointed, it's lifetime appointment. So they know that there's a lot more shit that they can get past with the majority that they have in office right now.
Yeah. Look, it's a lot bigger than what we can even see it right now. But what we have to understand is that if we just stay steady, I'm talking about the United States, And I mean, you gotta have people to do what they want to do. I don't have a problem with people lobbying. I just don't. I don't have a problem with people getting speaking their mind on any of that shit. What I have a problem with is that we are blindly following these people. We sitting out here with our ass handed to us, not only by because I don't want to put everything on the government. It's us.
It's us.
We shitting on ourselves.
What I just told you yesterday, bro. We the fucking problem. It's that simple. We as people, we the fucking problem. The reason why we the problem because we choosing sides. We ain't lost our humanity. There's no humanity no more.
But I do want to do this. Let me do this, y'all. I want to, because I've been trying to do this. I want to, because we do have people that are looking at this show, and they really don't understand where this Roe versus Wade thing comes from. So I want to show this short clip to actually give them just a synopsis of it. I don't want to give them, go all deep into it or whatever. But I do want to get to showing them. Hold on, let me see if I got it right here. But I do want them to understand where this whole thing derives from. You dig what I'm saying? Because a lot of people think that Roe actually was the lady's name. They think her name was Roe. And we talked about this. It was a time when we was going to do this show a couple of weeks ago. But when we actually was looking at what it wasn't even, her name is not Roe. It was just like, what was it? Jane Roe.
Jane Roe.
Just like they used Jane Doe when they don't want to, at that time, they didn't want to put her name out there. For some odd reason, they didn't want to put her name out there. So her name was Jane Roe.
And correct me if I'm wrong, James, and it's funny where you hear women say, well, they always want to bring up grape, right? This woman right here say she was raped? But
no, she didn't say that. It had nothing to do with any of that.
But did she say that?
No, she was married twice.
Okay.
And
I thought she said
the first husband she had, she didn't want the baby. So she got an illegal abortion.
Yeah.
And she got caught up. The second husband she had, she tried to get an abortion. That's when she started fighting with that second baby.
But did she say? I heard that she said she was like raping. They found out that she came out and said like she wasn't raping.
Well, let's look at it because I don't remember that part right there.
I mean, great. God damn.
So we're gonna watch this right here, and then you guys, y'all tell me what y'all think after that. It's just like I said, it's just gonna give a little, a little something. It ain't that long.
Most Supreme Court decisions are granular.
Can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear it?
Little noticed interpretations of the law and Constitution, but a few are landmarks. Roe v. Wade was a landmark. It effectively legalized abortion across the United States. Here are the facts and players in the case. Jane Roe was actually Norma McCorvey. She was a Texan in her early 20s who wanted to terminate an unwanted pregnancy in 1969. Abortion was legal in Texas at the time, but only for the purpose of saving a woman's life. That was not the issue for McCorvey. Her life was not at risk. She tried unsuccessfully to get an illegal abortion and was referred to 2 attorneys interested in challenging anti-abortion laws. The Wade in Roe v. Wade was Henry Wade, the district attorney of Dallas County, who enforced that Texas abortion law. McCorvey soon filed a case against him. The Supreme Court agreed in 1971 to hear the case, and on January 22nd, 1973, struck down the Texas law in a 7-2 decision. Justice Harry Blackmun wrote for the majority opinion and declared a woman's right to privacy under the 14th Amendment superseded a state's right to ban abortion. The court set different rules for each trimester. In the first trimester, the choice to end pregnancy was entirely up to the mother. In the second trimester, the government could regulate but not ban abortion in order to protect the mother's health. In the third trimester, the state could prohibit abortion to protect a fetus that could survive outside the womb, except when the mother's health is in danger. Justices Byron White and William Rehnquist dissented. They basically held the argument of privacy went far beyond the intentions of the constitutional framers, an argument that could signal the grounds for challenges to Roe. The 2 justices also stated the court's decision did not stick to the specific facts of this case because Roe was not in her first trimester at the time of the litigation. Public opinion was quickly shifting. In August 1972, Americans opposed legalized abortion.
Y'all see what that is? 1972. 46 to 42. That was the oppose.
46 to 42%. But by April 1973, it was 52 to 41 in favor. In the years since, Roe's been modified but not overturned. A notable example was in 1992, a case called Planned Parenthood versus Casey. For all intents and purposes, this is the new standard by which abortion cases are judged. The focus this time wasn't privacy, it was roadblocks, which had been intentionally set up to make it harder to get an abortion. In a 5-4 ruling, the court said restrictions are unconstitutional if they place an undue burden on a woman. Support for Roe v. Wade remains strong. A Kaiser Family Foundation poll in June 2018 found that 67% of Americans do not want the Supreme Court to overturn the ruling, while 29% do. The question now, of course, is what the Supreme Court will do with the solid conservative majority.
All right. And that was what that Roe v. Wade, it was just a outline of actually, if you actually read it, or if you go to, they have like a 2-hour, they have like a 2-hour documentary that actually states exactly what it was. I don't know what we was watching, because we watched a couple of docs on it, and those documentaries, man, it goes way into more detail. But one of the things that's very important is that what they was talking about as far as the approval. Look how those approvals was, and what that showed was that we have the power as people, as American citizens, to actually be able to influence the courts. Now, I don't know how much we can influence the Supreme Court, because that's the largest court. That's the biggest court. Then you got different levels in the Supreme Court. But it shows what our power is. We talking about, what, 1973?
Nope.
It is now 2022. It's not going to go back. And I don't know why people be having this fear like it's going to go back to whatever. I don't get that. I don't understand how this fear is instilled in us. Like, you had people that was talking about slavery was coming back.
What?
Nigga, what? How?
Who gonna let
I ain't talking about, I mean, if you look at it,
who gonna let
sense,
slavery come back?
I got it.
It's too many guns. It's too many guns. Ain't nobody scared of them whips no more.
It's too many people. It's not an even playing field, but we can make it. There's an equalizer. You just said it right there, Dave. That equalizer is a motherfucker. Guns, and not only guns, but weapons of mass destruction. What's about to happen right now is just something that's going to push us closer and closer together, or tear us farther and farther apart.
Choice is ours.
That's what's about to happen. And one thing for sure that we can't do is we can't bitch up right now. We can't. We actually got to move closer and closer together. We got to have conversations like this in households. We can't be still just having old bullshit. We can still have the bullshit conversations, but we got to start making conversations like finances and how, we save money and gain money, and then we got to talk about politics, how we can have our own politics within our communities and shit. But we have to start. We can't bitch up right now. We got to start looking at what we actually can do. If you read the real shit on American slavery or world slavery or world colonization, you will understand that this shit didn't have shit to do with just black folks. It has something to do with people, period. Everybody was a slave or enemy of some sort.
Boy.
This world is based off of war.
Facts.
Period. Women need men and men need women. We need each other. Right now, we're at we at this stupid ass thing that they call what they call it, a gender war or some shit that's going on. Listen, let me tell you something. We got to start being right back.
Down.
No. I'm talking about being together. We gotta start being together.
No, I was just
Fuck
saying that
goddamn gender war.
Because gender is such a touchy topic.
Oh yeah,
You mess around and say something about gender and gender roles and all of that today.
We get demonetized, shut down, flagged, all kind of shit happen to us.
Yeah.
I'm not a her. I'm a. They got some.
Yeah, don't even say it. Don't say it.
We have to do the total opposite of what the narrative is.
She, her,
we have to do the total opposite.
Yeah.
We gotta get rid of first and foremost, we gotta get rid of angst and hate with each other. The people that we're closer to.
Well,
we supposed to be mad at each other, disappointed at each other, but then we supposed to be able to get through these things with each other. We should not be sitting back and the narrative should be that I just let a motherfucker go. Or I just be like, I'm unbothered. I'm bothered on shit. I ain't gonna ever tell a person that I'm unbothered. It's some shit I'm not bothered on, but it's some shit that, man, you could go ahead and trigger the fuck out of me. I'm just that person. Why? Just like what everybody else say, God's still working on me. Until I die, I ain't gonna never. There's one thing that you ain't gonna never do. You ain't gonna never graduate from relationships.
Yeah.
And you ain't gonna never be a person that graduate from being like you just became this whole person. You always have flaws. You're gonna always disappoint people. You're always gonna be disappointed.
Yep.
These things are put in place for you.
Things that's necessary at times.
It's definitely necessary. How the fuck you know how strong you is if you don't get these obstacles? A lot of people like to use it in a biblical sense. I don't try to use it in a biblical sense because it blinds people a lot of times. You know, some people are not smart enough to even be able to decipher the biblical, babble. A lot of people ain't.
Life is just a big math problem. You got to be a problem solver. Because there's problems in everyday life. It's just about how you react to them and how you solve them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If you overreact to something, it's gonna be hard to solve it. If you get to it and solve it, you overreact, you stressed out, your blood pressure high, all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
All that, and it's like
and then you die when you ain't trying to die. You was going to see the point. And now you can't make it to see the point because you stressed yourself out.
A lot of people who are successful now, not because they smarter, they knew how to solve problems. They went to fields where you have to be a problem solver. Yeah. So a lot of times, you're right. You know what I'm saying? We got to figure shit out. Fuck all this. Fuck all that other
Kennedy
shit.
said Jim Crow gonna come back.
Hey, she funny. Hey, she should come on the show. Hey, press the link.
Oh man, shout out to my man Identity Withheld, man.
Identity Withheld, man. He been showing love, man. Everybody check his shit out.
Most definitely. He said we have not
we have to not be
we have to not be afraid of the conversation. How else can we build our on our knowledge? We learn from things we know, as well as things we have yet to figure out. Absolutely, Identity Withheld. The thing is that people like when we were telling people that we was going to do this whole this podcast on this, and most of the people was like, "Well, that's a sensitive subject." There's nothing in this world that should be too sensitive for us to talk about.
Great, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Motherfuckers keep making us afraid.
Well, that's because people.
That's bullshit.
That's because people internalize it and make it about them personally. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if they can't, that's the best thing about having discourse or debates or however difference of opinions and stuff. There are people who will take something and make it about them, and they're not open to hearing other people's opinions. And it does become beyond annoying. It's just like you want to, and me personally, I try to avoid those types of people all the time because they really embody that saying that, you know, perception is their reality and they can't see beyond anything else. And that's what I mean by saying that, you know, they are no longer independent thinkers. You know, like I could learn something from anybody. It doesn't matter, you know, and I'm not gonna harbor any kind of emotion. If we never get to that same meeting of the minds with your opinion and my opinion and one of us cross over to either side, if we never get there, I'm good with that. And I respect you for standing up on the principle of saying, well, this is my opinion. Now, when somebody tries to debate science or fact, you know, and make it into something that it isn't, then those people generally don't really want to bring any kind of resolution, solve the problem or anything. They're just
they don't want to see past what they believe.
They're weak-minded, I think.
They're very weak-minded. People are just soft.
Now, the
man.
greatest thing is what Sunshine just
fear
was
is an
talking
option
about was the agree to disagree. I respect your opinion. I respect the things that you came with it. You respect mine's. But even though I understand what you're saying, I still have this point here, and it's like a stalemate. The second thing she was talking about, where a person is arguing facts and science, that's not an agree to disagree. And you will hear more people saying, "Well, we just got to agree to disagree." How the hell you going to agree to disagree on some goddamn facts? You can agree to disagree when
with an understanding,
right? Either we both had facts and the facts canceled each other out. That's the agree to disagree, because now it goes right back to opinion. So but when you got a person that has an opinion with no facts, and then a person that has an opinion and facts, and you can't say we got to agree to disagree. And a lot of people get those two things mixed up. No. Just because you're gonna sit back and you just gonna disagree, even though I just told you 2 + 2 is 4, and for some odd reason you like that can't really be facts because it can be 5. How?
It could be 3.5.
Right. And then you would go back and say, well, let me back this shit up with some damn, with some science. But then, if Johnny had 2 apples and Sally gave him 2 more apples, how many apples do Johnny got?
Right. And then I'm like, was the apple orange, green, or blue?
Was the apple right? Because it might not have been an apple. It been a
was it a red apple or a green apple?
It was a crab apple.
Probably exactly. Yeah.
A crab apple actually isn't an apple.
Right.
Now, did he one of the apples? Was they in good shape?
Did the apple have a worm in it?
Right.
Right. Because that don't
Did he get it from the tree or did he went to the store?
Was it the Apple Watch? I mean, what is it? What are we really talking about?
Was it the one that Eva?
Right.
The Adam ate? Did you get this from Eva?
Not Eva.
What do you got?
I mean Eve. I'm saying Eva.
That was the movie, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, Delivered from Eva.
Yeah. But yeah, man, before because we about to go ahead and wrap the show up, man. And I really appreciate everybody that came on this show, man.
It was good conversation.
Like one of the things that me and Robert always talk about is this being a marathon and not a sprint when it comes down to this platform, because we're not having a platform so we can be famous. They can keep that fucking fame. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I'd rather have a group of people following me. I do not want to be a Kevin Samuels type of dude ever in my life. That's
because you would sure be single. You wouldn't have me. I'll tell you
that. You ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. What the fuck? Ain't this a bitch?
I love it.
And look at her picture. It look like that's just her right there too. You ain't going no damn.
Yeah, you start acting like Kevin Samuels.
I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna start drinking Red Bull and off wearing suits and shit.
Babe, you really average at that.
You're average at that.
There's nothing wrong being average. babe.
I'm gonna start having my little sound effects. Nah, man, it ain't. I definitely don't want to have that shit happen to me. But what we are trying to do, man, is just trying to raise people's just the consciousness and the IQ. We ain't trying to make nobody no damn scholars, because I ain't no goddamn scholar. Shit, there's a whole bunch of shit I have no idea about.
Me too.
Nothing. That's why we call it what we know. I'm gonna talk about what the fuck I know, even if it's just a little bit of it.
Right.
Even if it's just a little bit of it, but you know.
Yeah.
Wild Dog, shout out to you. He said the only people who vote in Tacoma, Washington are you in Tacoma. And Tacoma, Washington are the family and friends of the people running. So many murders a day now where I live. We need the mayor out, but she won. More people need to vote. Yes. I'm telling you, people, I think this is what people don't understand. I hate using the word they, right? So, because we have to pinpoint who the fuck they are.
People.
And it's because it's a lot of different groups of people that do certain things. And one of the things that these folks have to understand is that you can't have critical thinkers. You can't have too many critical thinkers. You have to have people that can be on the bandwagon. Like what he was just saying, I'm gonna bring it back up again. And one of the things, this is the thing: the only people who vote in Tacoma is the family and friends of the people running.
Why
you see
is
what I'm
that?
saying?
So you need to ask, why is
right?
That? How do you change that?
And so what you have to change is infiltration. I haven't talked. If y'all ever look at any of my other me and Rob's podcast, I've hit on that a couple of times, and we're gonna have a whole conversation about that on a podcast on infiltration. One of the things that we have to adopt as American Black folks is that we have to infiltrate everything. We have to. Hey, Dane.
The background, bro.
The back. Just
mute.
No,
y'all,
only thing you gotta do is just.
Y'all gotta be quiet. I'm on this thing. Take that upstairs.
But what we have to do as Black Americans, man, we have to adopt this whole notion of infiltration.
Nobody be quiet.
You have to infiltrate, but the way that we do it is we have to do it through children. This is what we didn't get. They have to, if we want to change what's going on with the police and things like that. Now, this would be a message to the young folks that are having children. You have to get those children to be justice or police officers, or you have to infiltrate those systems. If you want to change politics, you gotta have your people involved in politics. You gotta infiltrate the system. We have to infiltrate. So what he's saying is that damn, the only people that is involved is the people that is next to him. It's the same way on. Look at this. It's the same way on. If you ever try to promote something, like if you sold like goods or you had a service, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we all probably experienced this in Detroit, where you have a service that you're doing. The only people that's fucking with you is your family. But how do they fuck with you? They want you to give them deals. They want you to give it shit, sometimes free.
And you're gonna get a fuck you.
The reason why that happens that way is because only people that you're selling it to is those folks.
Yep.
You're not going out in the round.
Yep.
You're not branching out.
Yeah.
There's no excuse now when you got social media. You can sell the shit out of this. You have to think global. You have to think global.
Yeah.
And one of the things, and that's what he was just saying, but my whole point was that we have to be a part of everything, each and everything in America that's going on. We can't sit back and complain about it no fucking more. No. There's no way that we can be, if we got to deal with police brutality. We don't, here in Detroit, it's not really Detroit. It'll be Easter or Metro Detroit area and shit like that. But in Detroit, it be the motherfuckers that's black that'll beat your ass.
Facts.
They gonna beat your ass, take all your stash and your money, and they ain't gonna. By the time they get to the damn, by the time they get to the precinct, they be like, all we got is this joint and $50.
And I want to say something real quick. I want to ask on what you said about getting pulled over to police, and what you said was right. But also, I'm gonna give you the raw shit. Shut the fuck up. Understand that, get pulled over. Shut the fuck up. Realize you fucking lost. Again. All right.
Yeah.
You want to, fight your fucking right. Practice your rights in the courtroom.
Yeah.
It's funny. Niggas will get robbed and cooperate like a motherfucker, huh?
Hell yeah.
Like, a police officer, that nigga got a gun like a motherfucker too. All of a sudden, you want to practice your right. You get. I wish let a nigga practice his rights with a nigga trying to rob him. Well, funny. It's my rights not to give you my stuff, sir. I got my rights.
That is that's true. Yeah. But then there's
niggas gonna blow your brains and take your shit.
That's true. I agree with keeping your composure when you're confronted by law enforcement. But I have to say that I'm a little partial to that topic because I have in my family, I had somebody killed by the police, and then I have a couple of different friends who had been killed by police in different states too. But I get what you're saying,
I understand
but there's a lot of law enforcement officers who take advantage of pulling black men and women over on the side of the road in the darkness and do what the hell they want to do.
I understand that, and I trust me when I say I understand that. But they have to get to a point, like, goddamn, if you see this shit going on,
why would you continue to argue with them?
Continue doing this shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna say some shit.
Yeah, you gotta try to make it home. I hear you. Yeah. I know what you're saying. Make it home.
These motherfuckers ain't making an example out of me.
Right.
They ain't gonna make no hashtag out of me because what I believe what's my rights are. I'm just not. At the end of the day, your only rights is to fucking get home. Because what I believe was my rights. You know what I'm saying? That's your rights. Get home.
Hey, Mom. That's Mama.
Oh, hey, Mom. Your mom.
I'm glad she got on here.
Yeah. So, but yeah, man, just like I understand that, but it get to a point we go back to accountability. If you see this shit going on, stop risking your life.
Yeah, my baby been on here, my mama on here, cousins on here.
Got the whole crew.
Hi, Damon.
Hey.
Hi, Nita.
Hey, Mom.
Hi.
How y'all doing?
Hey, hey, you got to turn the. You have to turn the YouTube off. You got to turn the YouTube off.
Put on mute.
Put it on mute. Yep, you got it.
She got TV in the background.
Make sure. Can she hear you? After she.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear us, Mom?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, and the same thing with the police too. Like, goddamn, I understand police officers. Like, y'all see that they gonna be do this shit. It's gonna be all hell for you, right? My thing is, stop doing the dumb shit too. Stop risking your fucking job.
They don't care, Robert. They scared. They're scared. It's too many police officers in Black communities that does not know the community, don't know how Black culture is, so they are scared. They're scared, so
that's why it used to be a law. It used to be a law in Detroit
that
where
you had to live in the city to work in the city. Yeah.
Yep. Even to be the mayor, you have to live in the city in order to work in the city. Yeah, and the reason being is because of this. You need to know who your people is.
Exactly.
Because that's why you have to understand what a police officer is. A police officer is not the enforcer. He's a peace officer. The actual enforcer is us as the people, and a lot of people don't know that. We police the police, and the police the damn criminals. That's how it goes. No matter how people look at it, we got to understand is that what we have to understand is this. When you are involved into your community, first, the best community to be involved in is a community full of people that are self-governed.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best community to be in. We start with ourselves. So when you are a police officer, the only thing that you're dealing with, you should not have to deal with arresting somebody each and every day. You got 17, 18 fucking arrests a day in a community, in a city. That's a lot of shit going on.
Right.
That's too much shit going on right there. So it comes from us as citizens first. Because as a police officer, I'm still a fucking citizen. Yeah. That's why they say, no, you got to live in Detroit. You have to live in the city.
Fuck's that.
So if you're doing some old training day shit, your ass about to get seen. They gonna come see you.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Fuck's that.
Ma, what you got to say on this? I know that you.
Well, see, my issue with this is with the abortion. I came through the period of time when women, and I worked in the abortion clinic as a nurse. So from 13 to 15 weeks, you're dealing with liquid. You're not dealing with a human being at that point. The baby usually forms around 15 weeks. The baby starts to grow. But let me go back to the reason why women get abortions. It's because you have 10, 12, 11-year-old girls coming in that has been raped by family members. And the mother cannot take care of that baby. The girl is not mentally equipped to have a baby. To have 11, 12-year-old or a 10-year-old little girl going through delivering a baby is something to see. Nidra, you would know about that, because when you see a woman have a baby, you know how it's hard for women to have it, much less having to young girls having a baby. Then you're dealing with a lot of your politicians have went outside their culture and got women of color pregnant. So they pay, most of your abortions is paid through by men. Then you've got boys that is 13, 14-year-old is going out having sex with a young girl, and then she's getting pregnant. The family has to deal with that as a whole. It's a number of reasons why women are having abortions. Women were in the 50s and 60s were having what they call kitchen abortions. They were going into bathrooms because Black women could not get contraceptives at that time. So, and all Black women can't use birth control. So they wind up getting pregnant, and the father has disappeared, and the family doesn't believe. And the thing that they do is to say she's a hoe. She shouldn't have been having sex. They put it all on the woman. The woman has to go through all that mental abuse, all sides, from her parents down to her siblings, down to people out on the streets. So the thing of it is that the reason why this thing of abortion came up so that the women can stop killing themselves, so that the women can stop going into these back rooms and stop going into the department store bathrooms and having and putting their coat hanger to pull the baby out. It was so many reasons. And then you had the pro-lifers going in and killing the doctors and nurses that was performing the abortion. We had
That's true too. That was a big thing in the 80s, and it was a big thing in the 70s. Yes,
we had a person friend, mother owned a clinic, an abortion clinic, and they went in. This was in 74. Went in, and the mother and Damon and Jimmy, y'all would know who I'm talking about. Smitty in the motorcycle club.
Don't get no names, bro.
Okay, but I'm saying this actually, these are people that are not living. They're not living now, but this happened. They went in and killed the mother, the owner, which is the mother, and the doctors and nurses. This was really bad during those years.
I remember that. That was, and what you saying, my that was another, and we didn't touch on that, but that was a real big thing also when it comes down to, and it goes to the point that I was making, where we have to come together, whether you agree or you disagree. We have to understand that we are the biggest party. We have to hear each other out, because I remember when they were burning people, not only were they going in there and using machine guns and killing up the whole clinic and blowing the clinics up and all these different things. This is what really happened. You think we lying? Google it. It just happened just just recently. It was just a recent thing that just happened in an abortion clinic. So this is what, and that's what I was saying, where I didn't want this to be a discussion whether you are pro-lifer or you are a pro-choice. It's about being able to have a conversation so we can find a middle ground, because you can't be 100% on one end and on the other end. The whole thing is, it goes to what you were just saying, Ma, where now she touched on something, and for future references, we can't say the R word, we have to say grape. But when I was really, it's just when I was like talking to women in my younger years, this is some crazy shit. I know, and I remember I told you this. I said at least, and it's not just women that I talked to, but at least 90% of the women that I knew has been touched.
Yep.
And they have either been molested and or raped. And the people that did it was the people that was in their family or a friend of the family. 90% of these women.
That is true.
90% that I know personally. And I know men that know 90%. And so when we talk to them, that's why I said it can't be just one damn sided. That's how serious, and that's why you have to be able to see both sides.
But you also
and not just and not be able to just talk at each other, because that is a real, and I'm talking about Black folks, American Black folks.
But you have to also
this is one thing that has been, and we got people right now. I guarantee there ain't nobody on this panel right now that can sit back and say that they don't know somebody that said, no, I know the person that did it.
Yeah.
And they still around here walking around.
Let me say this too, Terrell. You have to understand that African and Muslim men, if the firstborn child is not a boy, they will have that child aborted.
You gotta be careful of which ones that you saying, Mike.
Okay, but I'm saying, this is not something, I guess, that this is something that I've had to experience working in an abortion clinic.
Oh,
okay. African men and Black and Muslim men, if that firstborn child is not a boy child, they will have that woman aborted. They will not allow that child to be born.
Yeah.
See, this is we're dealing with a lot of the ones that's making the decisions about a woman's body is men.
Yeah.
Women don't have a lot to say about this. Okay, they make it seem like that the women have something to say about this. The woman, imagine yourself carrying the thing of a woman. Once she starts to carry a child, her whole life changes. She is not the same person she started out to be before she became pregnant. For the 9 months, she's going to change. She's going through an emotional change. Now, you think that it's easy for a woman to have an abortion? No, it is not. It's not for her to make easy for her to make that decision. But you have to look at it like this. All women can't have babies. All women can't carry and raise babies. We just had an incident just a day ago where they found a 3-year-old little boy in a freezer that the mother put in the freezer. And getting ready to kill the other 5 kids.
I just seen that story.
Shit, crazy.
I just seen that story.
We just seen where mothers, because the thing of it is that the woman has to be able to be mentally to take care of children. Remember, they pushed the men out of the homes. The stronger person that can raise children was pushed out of the homes. There isn't hardly no men in the homes to help women with these children nowadays. Because women are supposed to be emotional. Men are supposed to be the warriors and the strongest person. But that's not how our world is. Truly, that's not how our world is today.
Hey, Ma, hold on. Hold that thought. I got my baby on here. Kennedy, did you have something that you wanted to add to this?
Well, hi guys. Hello, everybody.
Hey,
hello,
baby.
hey, how you doing?
I'm just gonna put all of this in one little gist. I'm just gonna put it all. This is how I feel about the United States now, especially me being 20 years old as a Black woman living in America. Right now, I'm very scared. I'm very frightful. Like, I just don't feel safe here right now, right? Because I'm seeing everything unfold right in my eyes. Everything I was taught in school is literally crumbling down, right? And really, the main problem I feel is white supremacy definitely took over. Abortion, this whole abortion ban, it's a part of a bigger plan, and it's the fact, like you said, you have to have an open mind when it comes to this, because there is many different scopes of how this is affecting people's lives.
Sure.
Like Nana said, she said there's some women some people cannot even bear a child. You can get pregnant. If I got even pregnant today and say I wanted to keep this child, but then my doctor sees that this baby has no brain, or this baby is in my fallopian tube. I have an ectopic pregnancy to the point where if I carry this child to full term, not only will the child die, but I can die too. I'm risking my life as well. So there's a bigger scope to this rather than just, oh, you opened your legs and now you have a baby.
Sure,
like it's something way bigger than this. And the fact that the people who made this a law is not looking at a bigger scope of things. They're just basing it off of their own personal beliefs and how they view how life should be. It's just wrong. It's just wrong in so many ways. And I get that us as Black folks, we do need to come together. We're fighting more than we're like supporting each other. And it's bad, especially now, even with the crime rates, we killing each other every day. And I know that for sure in New Orleans,
For sure.
every day,
We don't say shit about it.
No, and we don't say nothing about it. So it do start at home, but we also can't kind of like push away the fact that this is how the United States was created. This was instilled a long time ago. They have an agenda. They've been had the agenda 100+ years ago when they even started the Constitution. There is this agenda. And I don't know, personally for me, I just don't want to just sit here and watch this all unfold. We have been protesting. Our people have been protesting for years to make stuff right. They don't even view us as a race for real. Like we still don't really have anything. You feel me? So I'm telling you, like I said before, we need to overthrow all this. I don't care. I don't care about a vote. I don't care about no electoral college. We just need to overthrow it all and redo, because it's just not right. And that's just that, and even the white people, it's not even about whites and Blacks anymore. It's really not, because at the end of the day, we're all mixed. White people got Black people in their family, Indians, Asians. We're all just mixed now. It's more against conservatives and liberals. We about to go into another war. We just about to go into another war. And it's just, I'm just so flustered. I've been flustered for the couple of days that this all has been happening. Because like I said, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe being here. I don't feel safe walking the streets anymore. Especially like I said, I'm 20 years old, African American woman, 115 pounds. Anything can happen to me at any given moment. And I don't feel like this state or this country provides enough protection for anybody to live comfortably here. So we either gonna overthrow this or I'm dipping. I'm out of
here. And I agree with what she's saying, because what she's saying is absolutely true. The most important thing, we have several issues that we're going to the polls with. We're going to the polls because our voting rights are being attacked. This is real serious.
It is.
And a lot of people don't understand about the voting laws. The governors have had the power to go in and change the voting rights that are not put on, and none of us had an opportunity to vote yay or nay. They're going in to change those laws. And this is how simple this is, whether you agree with me or not. When we got that Black president in,
talk to him. I know.
They started to attack the black man more than ever.
Yep.
Our black men are being attacked all kinds of ways. And when they attack
every angle,
absolutely,
they are attacking the black woman as well.
Yep.
Because of the black man is the one that plants the seeds. The black man is the one that's the warrior. If someone was to come in your house and rob your house, who would they go for first?
The strongest vessel, which would be
the black man.
I watch a lot of
it.
We need to let people know and have them to start reading up about their voting rights, because we're going to get our voting rights taken away if we don't work together and change this.
Oh, and Texas already pushing.
The reason why they did this with the Roe versus Wade is because on July the 1st, Ketanji Brown will be coming into the Supreme Court. She changed her position from pro-life to pro-choice.
Oh, that's what you were saying earlier. You said no, she changed it from pro-life to pro-choice.
That's
what you were saying, because I read it. Okay, yeah. So
they need it, and then they don't want her voting on the. Then they don't want her voting on the gun laws. Okay, they got that. Those are the things they got out immediately because they didn't want her to be a part of it. Alita, the Mexican lady in the White House. Did you see? Everybody see what she wrote and put and posted today? The Mexican woman. She's saying, "Do not give up. That this fight is not over with," because she did not agree with the way they did it and how how they voted to have overturned Wade versus Roe versus Wade. They use Roe versus Wade to hide the fact that making abortions illegal so that they can attack the black people from having these abortions. Do you know we are the ones that have children that are born handicapped more? We have more of the handicap. We have more children out of the year in the year of 2000 that's born. The children are born with a mental disease. Mm-hmm. Because of that, we don't have the proper foods. We don't have the proper medical attention that we should have. Think about this. Look at your neighborhoods. We are still fighting that battle of one grocery store in the neighborhood. We have to go miles.
But that's what I was telling people. Hold on. That's what I was saying earlier when I was saying when you look at it, it is a very big picture. And it's funny because Kennedy had said the same thing. We have to look at what the bigger picture is right now, because all these things that you guys are saying, they're absolutely true. But the number one thing that we have to end up doing, we got to lace up our bootstraps, man, and we gotta pull together, because it's going to get worse. It's not going to get any better. Kennedy, when you say that you are afraid of what's going on right now, I agree with what you're saying, because you are vigilant on what you're seeing right now.
Yeah.
And it's a lot, and especially being at the age that you're at right now and seeing what these things, this is things that comes to fruition when you're a lot younger. And it just so happened that you're not amongst, the children that are your age or the young adults that are your age, when it comes down to them want to turn up on everything, and you're a little more vigilant because you're seeing all these things. Mm-hmm. So the biggest thing that you have to take from this is not to be afraid, but to be very careful with the moves that you're making, because it's not going to be exactly what you think it's going to be. For instance, war is not really fought. The last end of war is with weapons of mass destruction. No, that's I just brought him in.
Yeah, we just brought him in.
But it's about the things that we have to live with every day. The war is on.
Yeah.
The resources, all of our resources, food, water. Look at all of the things. All you got to do is just look at all the things that's been happening within the last 20 years.
Got them mad.
When you look at the attack on water, when you look at the attack on food supplies, medical supplies, we are here having conversations about Obamacare or all these different cares. It's because it's a war beyond what we can even see. It is, and people would think that you fucking crazy when you sitting there talking about these things, right?
Mhm.
That shows that we're not together. We're not on the same plane. I don't
Jimmy,
know if you guys ever heard the saying.
Let me tell them this, because you just hit on something that is absolutely important. And Kennedy, you are so important to this world at this particular time.
Facts.
The Obamacare, they've been trying to get rid of the Obamacare ever since Trump had got into office, right?
Right.
They have found a way to get rid of the Obamacare. All these advertisements that you see on TV about if you sign up for this insurance, you will get flex card and get groceries.
Hell yeah.
And all of this. Okay.
Like that. Yeah.
Your grandfather did that. So I called and signed up, not knowing they were going to cancel out his Medicare and his medical insurance.
Well,
he goes to the doctor. He winds up getting bills coming in through the bills coming in that's saying $4,000, $2,000 blood work and all of that. They're doing it to everybody. They can get you. They got people that's sitting there calling your phone, just being persistent, so that this is how they overturn the Obamacare. If they get enough people to say, "Hey, I'm going to take this flex card. I'm going to take this United Medical or this Medicaid or whatever. That's not the normal stuff that we normally have." They're going to, once you take it, they're going to cancel out your Obamacare.
Yeah.
Okay. Older people, who is attacking more than anything, is attacking children and is attacking older people.
Absolutely.
Because middle class people already have their own private insurance.
Yeah.
Okay. Kennedy, you have young people that you are going to school with, have no idea about the government. This is so important that each person learns about the government in their state. Don't worry about Washington, because Washington is a different type of government.
Hold on. What you say, Kennedy?
I definitely push that when I'm talking to me and my peers, like even in my friends, we talk about what's going on in the world all the time. Like that's my main conversation, especially lately, because of all the stuff that has been changing. I try to make sure they are educated. Like I was just talking to my one friend today. I'm like, do you even know what's going on? And she was like, oh, it don't affect me. Girl, it do. Any law that is put in place for real can affect you in some way, some type of shape or form. It don't even have to be exactly right now at this situation.
Right.
Like me right now, abortion is really not on my plan because I'm not pregnant.
Right.
It's more of a future thing that could affect you eventually.
Absolutely.
And that shouldn't even be in place.
And they don't, it's like sad, like most young people they don't see past that. They just going by right now because it's pretty easy right now. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people your age, unfortunately, I don't say unfortunately, but a lot of them just trying to live their best life.
Yeah.
And we all been that age.
And you know what's crazy? A lot of y'all, when you go to college, one thing college do, you give you the freedom that you never had.
Yeah.
And I tell you, I'm 31 years old, and I had my days was turning up and doing all that crazy shit. Man, that shit, man, that should be a waste. I'll tell you, it's a pros and cons in this shit because, yeah, you got that freedom doing what you want, but you fuck around too much, man, you'll fuck around, be behind, and then the older you get 25, 26, 27. Now you got to play catch up.
Well,
that's what you was talking about, Kennedy, and that's when it's going to hit. That's where it's going to fucking hit. Hold on, Sunshine. Before you say, let's introduce Identity.
Let me get my man Identity Withheld. He's been on this podcast a couple of times, man. We've known each other through the homie
Information man.
Big
Yes,
up
sir.
to him. I can't wait to get him back on here, man. But man, go ahead and let us know what you want to put on here, man. Go ahead and give us some some words of wisdom.
Can I say something before that, though? I just would like to.
Go ahead, sure.
First of all, I want to thank your daughter, Kennedy, for lending us her voice, because if we go back to any point in history, for organized movement and activism starts with young people.
Young people, man.
Absolutely.
Or they're not, and to hear that she's taking her time to educate her peers, is really what gives us hope and optimism.
Absolutely.
Like we could really be
They
very
make the change.
optimistic, and for her to be able to articulate it and foresee that, right now we're living in a moment, but it's really for the future. I think I just want to commend her for, like, I think you got yourself a little problem on your hands with her, because she's going on to do great things. I know it.
Absolutely. And I commend you, man. I gotta commend my baby, even with her and my other daughter, Brittany, man. For them to be, it's just refreshing to hear that they are aware. You know what I'm saying?
Facts, yeah.
And I love the way that they can articulate the things that they're going through. And you ain't gotta have all this shit figured out, but at least you are aware.
Damon need to mute his phone.
I know, Dave.
Y'all can hear the
all
water.
type of shit.
This nigga David barbecuing.
He's doing
Right.
This nigga out here doing everything.
We hear you unraveling a cookie shit.
I could have swore that was product placement.
Oh man,
but identity withheld, man. Go ahead.
Hey,
give us.
Hey, everybody on the panel. I don't see names, but hello to everybody. I think Moms is a little freaked out about my avatar. Trust me, I come in peace.
Right? She's like, "Who's that with the?"
Long story short,
we getting robbed.
Long story short, I was a fan of Cheaters, and they kept saying identity withheld, and I thought it was a cool name. That's it. That's all it is. It's nothing bigger than that.
Absolutely.
So I guess there were quite a few things we touched on, but I guess I'll get to the global answer of what I wanted to say. I feel like there are levels that we have in our control as a people, and then there's levels that we don't necessarily have control, but we have some level of manipulation. I feel like the politics side of things, we can probably get in there, make some noise, make some changes, especially on the local level. Because, once you start talking presidential, I mean, that's, you go that high up the chain. I mean, your voice can be heard, but we all now know what the Electoral College is for, right? Like we get that piece of knowledge. Now we know, okay, well, what can I do locally? So I feel like that's part we can manipulate a little better. But there is something about, as a people, why the hell are we not seeing the signs of ways to improve certain situations? If you see a community, certain communities do not rock with other people coming in and then they support them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We have not figured that out. And I'm like, how many examples do we need before we say, you know what? Excuse me from, anybody listening that's of Asian descent, but, they populate a lot of the poorer Black neighborhoods because they can.
Yes.
They come in, they buy property, they sell a product, and we patronize it, right?
Yes.
So
absolutely.
I'm going to give this one out because I've been thinking about it myself. What's stopping, I say, a 2, 3, 4 family household or something like that, buying a piece of property right next to them and just open up a small shop and saying, look, you guys have at least some level of an option. It may not be, the latest and greatest starting out, but we don't even compete with the ones that are taking the resources in our own neighborhood.
Oh, Lord.
Wait.
Lord.
Hold on, bro.
Oh, Lord.
He just...
Oh, shit. Oh, my Lord.
Wait. You know what?
You just hit him with a...
I've thought of a lot of shit.
Oh, wow.
I have not thought of this one right here. This is what he said. We got castigated, not just because we in Detroit, so we had a lot of Lebanese and Arabs that came into our neighborhoods, and the number one thing that they have in our neighborhoods is what?
Liquor stores.
Liquor stores. And what he just said was, what was stopping us from buying our own liquor store right next door to their ass and selling that shit?
And let the people choose.
God damn.
Let the people choose.
Let the people choose.
And then they had the nerve complaining about like they putting liquor stores on every corners and killing us because they put on liquor store. Well, stop supporting these motherfuckers.
Right.
You was just saying that shit today.
Stop it.
Now, again, this is a small birth in my brain. I'm not fully vetted on the details, but I'm almost at the point where I don't even care. I don't even want to make a dime off this idea, which is why I'm dropping it. I don't care. It's more important for the message to be sent out than for me to make a profit. I'm not in that position where I have to make money off this. But these are some of the things we can come in and say, yo, we can change this. We can literally flip this upside down. You can't tell me some of them poor neighborhoods don't have the money in it. You know, like, I mean, if you have enough in your neighborhood for someone else to see it and profit off of it. So you can't say that, you know, we can't do anything about it because they keep taking out our neighborhoods. That one we can control.
Absolutely. You got foreign people buying liquor stores, gas stations. You got I ain't seen Chinese people soul food restaurants. Yes. They just taking all,
you know,
and niggas coming in and buy all the chicken too.
Watch this.
I'm sorry, I ain't buying the chicken from the Asians.
Now they would put the liquor stores in our neighborhoods, but then they would have another store called a market.
Yeah,
they don't even sell liquor in it.
Yes,
in their community,
no,
they don't even sell liquor into it. Man, what you I'm telling you, dog.
That was some deep shit, bro.
I'm from the heart of North Philly, so I've seen the worst of the worst growing up, man. I'm not there now. You know what I mean? I'm not a fan of, you know, just because I'm from there. I mean, I have to stay there if I can improve the lifestyle of my family and everybody around me, because I figured some stuff out in my life that I can, you know, hey, I can work a 40-hour job and still spend time with the kids. Like, you know what I mean? I'm chopping down a couple of what they call generational curses, but, you know, and again, you know, this is me thinking older. I'm older now, so I can see it globally. I think you used that term earlier. I can see the global effect of things instead of all this individualized stuff, because you go nowhere with that stuff. Another one of the things, learning from things that happened around you. We have social media. We learn this stuff. You know how many generations actually came up through something as simple as life insurance? Yeah. That is one of the easiest. That is one of the easiest ways to turn around a generational anything. Instead of someone passing away and you kicking out 10, 15 grand from everybody's paycheck, but if they got a policy that's 50 to 100 grand, I mean, unfortunately, people are going to die. It is what it is. But if you're leaving profit instead of debt, then that's a different outlook on the generational shift. You know, you got a 20-year-old on here, you know, when she gets older and her elders get older and pass on, and, you know, a number of policies can literally change things, but you need the responsibility of the younger generation to understand what they have in their hands.
Absolutely, bro.
And that has to be taught to them.
Yeah.
I'm not cutting you off, but James and I, Terrell and I were talking about that today. And I was telling him that that the real estate, that when I was coming along, that the grandparents and the uncles and aunts left real estate. They bought houses down in the South and they turned it over to family members. And then the family members taking it and made it and growed it, you know, and this is what's happening now. Black folks up in the North did not do that with real estate. And now it's getting to the point that that's one of the most important ways to become prosperous is to have plenty of real estate. And so what you're saying is absolutely true, because when we came along, the neighborhoods worked together. If there was a store, we had what we call the five and dime stores that we ran in our own neighborhood. Well, they don't do that today. That's not happening today.
No, we're not taking action. You know, you will have people. It's like for me, right? And I'm so happy, and Diddy, man, you said what you said, because, bro, it's like it's so many opportunities in our neighborhood where we could really take control. Like for example, right? I do something that's called wholesaling on the side, right? Where I find a property, put on a contract in a discounted price, and I flip the contract to an investor. You know, shit like that. So when I hear people talking about, man, there's so many, when they gonna fix this? There's so many abandoned buildings, you know what I'm saying, in our neighborhoods. Like, when they gonna do this? Motherfucker, you could do it yourself. You can find ways. You could, even if you don't even own the properties, you could find a way to put that property in somebody else's hands that's gonna work on it. Like, we got to take the initiative and really just educate ourselves about certain shit, how other ways we could fix our own damn quote unquote communities.
Yeah.
Because right now ain't no fucking community because we don't own none of that shit.
And that's like I
it's
said,
really bad where I'm from because I live in Boston. And in my city,
a new addition.
It's first of all, there's a lot of money in Boston. A lot of money.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in tech space out there.
Yeah, there's tech, there's colleges and universities, some of the best in the country, and then there's like premier healthcare here is like big. But as far as the neighborhood that I grew up in, which is Roxbury, which is probably like the like Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan is where, when I grew up, all, it was all Black communities and neighborhoods, but they were really there's centralized neighborhoods in the city that's close to everything downtown, business, homes, and all that. But our Black communities are no longer Black. They're actually pretty much developers have come into the neighborhoods, and on every block they're building up. And when I say up, I mean they're building like luxury residences, because the people who can afford to live in our communities that used to be Black communities that were blighted, that were neglected, that were underrepresented for generations, multiple generations, now they're like really how do I want to say it? They're sleek and they're savvy and they're
gentrified.
Gentrification.
It's beyond gentrified though. It's like it just stripped us of any resemblance of culture. And so I wish we could flip properties like or there's just no opportunity for anything like that here. And if it is, you really have to have partners, or somebody has to have a lot of money, because rent here is ridiculous in those neighborhoods where at one point you could get an apartment for $500-$600. Those very same apartments, they didn't do anything over, maybe gave you some new kitchen cabinets. The rent for like a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom apartment is like $2,500 to $3,500. If you want to buy a home in this city, you're looking at $600,000-$700,000, and that's on the low.
Wow.
God damn.
Now I can tell you right now that what I've seen in the last, because I started paying attention to real estate myself. I thought that would be my next venture. I'm trying to retire early, to be honest. So I was trying to figure out what that next move was going to be. Right. And I noticed one thing that's for sure. Any neighborhood with the poorest, drug-infested, blah, 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 you name it, with barely any residents in them, will eventually be bought out. Because it's a business move. Like, it's clearly a business move. You buy it dirt cheap and you flip it. Next thing you know, the neighborhood's going $200,000, $300,000, $500,000 houses, and people are walking dogs in the park. Like it happens within 10 years, 10, 15 years of, think about every neighborhood that I guess was gentrified in the last 2-3 years, what it was 10 years ago.
Right.
It was that area that you probably wouldn't walk down the street at night because it was,
like
high crime.
Like that in Detroit now.
So if that's the case, then the land is cheap right now. What's the problem in buying up a piece of property now and sit on it?
Right.
I mean, you could probably buy it outright at this point. It probably costs less than a new car at this point.
Right.
To go buy a piece of property, and then when they turn around and gentrify it, okay, you're gonna have to buy me out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in Detroit, they got all these different programs that's coming up to buy houses. They're also giving you loans, like if you buy a house in Detroit and it has to be, they give you so many days, so many months to fix it up, but they also give you a loan that you don't have to pay back, because eventually you're going to pay that house completely off. They have a lot of those different programs going on. Then they have a lot of your sports players, your professional sports players that's help buying up property in Michigan.
But what Identity Withheld is just said right here is this: the neighborhoods probably still be, in blight, and it's just down. Why not buy? Because you got a lot of people just doing this. Buy the property, the land.
Yeah, don't live on it. Just buy it.
Don't live on it. Just buy it and sit on it, right?
And sit on it.
Still, and the only thing you're doing is just like, if anybody's did anything in stocks, and if you did Bitcoin and things like that, a lot of people will put money into Bitcoin and they just sit on it. That's why they tell you, don't put something that you can't afford to put on it. But the way the land is, like, even if you go in Detroit right now, we literally can go on, where you can go on the east side of Detroit and just buy land for $1,500, and we talk about probably about 2 acres of it, because nobody is living there. They still it still looks shabby. There's no property. No population or anything that's going on there. But what he's saying is that go get it, take that $1,500, put it in, invest it in there, and just sit on it.
Invest. I'm gonna say invest so your future self will appreciate it.
Yes, that's the whole idea.
Yeah, and do it while y'all have time.
Because your future self will appreciate it, and your future kids, grandparents, grandchildren will appreciate.
Let me ask y'all something.
You know what I'm
saying? I don't know what,
but people, we ain't thinking like that.
I know. That's why I'm putting it out there, because it's not common that you hear people saying stuff like that. And now I'm thinking about it like, well, if I'm picking up this information, who am I to hold it?
Yeah. And then another thing, I'm gonna say something that I'm sorry, whoever's trying to, I'm sorry. I just gotta get this out. Another thing, it's gonna sound fucked up, but I'm gonna just say it. It's one reason why I don't support black business. And me and my man's E said this before. The one reason why, and I'm saying, first off, saying black men is fucking us up. Labeling yourself as a black business fucking you up, first off. But the reason why that I don't care that black people don't support black business, because you know why? Because the niggas get these businesses and make all this money. The first thing you niggas want to do, you want to flex and all this other shit. Then you want to say, I'm just trying to motivate. No, you ain't putting none of these shit. You ain't fucking doing, you ain't getting no money put in your fucking neighborhoods. You ain't trying to build no organization, try to help these kids or none of that. But y'all niggas want to scream and fuss and talk about, why you don't support black business and all shit. No, the reason why most people don't support black business because y'all niggas is fucking selfish. And y'all niggas too busy trying to stunt on somebody that look like you. But white people don't do that shit.
Well, I don't know what to say about that.
I think I can translate that.
I'm gonna say. Let me say this.
I don't think.
Let me say this.
It's not a. Hold on, people. Hold on.
See what you done did.
Right.
I didn't mean to be said. It's real though.
It's because. You gotta take your feelings out of it. Yeah. You gotta take your feelings out of it right quick. Now, this is what he's saying. We would sit back and we would talk about putting our money into black dollars, right? And what he's talking about is from experience. You have black people right now that would use black people just like everybody else. Non-black people use black people.
But you can't have it both ways. And I'm sorry, I'm interjecting. You can't have it both ways, where in one breath you're saying you gotta build generational wealth with Black people. Well, how does that happen? That
No.
One second, let me just finish. You have to circulate the dollars, and that means building, and you have to support other Black. I'm not saying you have to do it.
But I'm not going to support you because you're Black. I'm not going to do that.
It's all about the customer service, though. It is. So when I do support Black businesses, some people just feel like, oh, I'm a Black business. You don't have to uphold a certain level of customer service too, and also the quality of what you're getting. Just because you're Black and just because you have this business and just because you feel like your business is the stuff, if I am not satisfied with my experience at this establishment, just like I would do with any other business, I will not come back to you. It should be all on the same ground. Just because you're a Black business, there does not hold you to a certain level of expectation.
That shit.
The same expectation at this establishment, just like Johnny and Sally across the street. I expect the same level of customer service, and that is the main problem within the Black community. And when they have their own little personal businesses, I am for supporting Black businesses, but there's just been some instances where they just feel like they just need a pat on the back.
You need a pat on the back.
No. Screw that.
And then what's crazy is Black folks will tell you they'll tell you what you worth.
Literally.
And I'm only saying it like I tell y'all a lot of shit that I say. I've been through this shit. I had a clothing line once upon a time where it was I would say like, I made it very popular at some point, and I had so many people rocking my shit. People will I would have a website. I would put a link in my bio. The motherfuckers would still ask me, "Oh, I want to get a shirt," or tell me like they'll tell me I want a shirt, and they'll text me like a week later talking about, "Oh, where my shirt? Where the motherfucking money at?" You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people would you said it earlier. Majority of Black folks, let me get a discount.
What business would you support then, Robert?
I had a clothing line. It's back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
What business, if you wouldn't support Black business, what business would you support?
Like what Kenny said, a business. Anything that I feel like is a good quality product, whatever, or that got good customer service. You know what I'm saying?
So you're not saying you wouldn't support any Black businesses. You just wouldn't support some.
I won't. What I'm saying is that I shouldn't be what I'm trying
relegated.
to say. I shouldn't have to support a Black business. And first off, Black folks need to stop calling their business Black business. Yes. You don't hear white people saying white business. Gucci saying, well, where the motherfuckers at? France business. None of that shit. You are a corporation. You are the brand. Yes. And Black folks don't understand. That's what fucking us up.
You put
a fucking ceiling on it, and then you expect
everybody's money.
You want everybody's money.
Let me say this to Robert.
Goes back to
Black folks that starts out businesses, and then I opened up a $1 million company, and I'm telling you, you don't have the same privileges that a white person has. You have to go harder. The thing of it is, you have to go harder. I have on Livernois, 7 Mile and Livernois is strictly all that's down there is Black businesses. When you walk down in there, you feel like a king or queen down there. They're not flexing down there. They're about making money, but they're about treating the customers right. All Black, white, you have some white business won't even let you in the door.
And they get their ass handed to them.
Yeah, so but I'm saying it's an equal. But what I'm saying is that it happens to on both sides of the street. Is not
no, but that wasn't what he was talking about as far as both sides. What he was saying was what he was driving to was this: we put a ceiling on ourselves when we tell people to Black dollars are dollars. We're not being global when we talk
That's
about
not
business.
true. How could you say that when you just said that in the Asian communities and other Jewish communities and X, Y, and Z communities? They circulate and generate. They have their own underground economies that
hold on. But they don't call it
Jewish dollars.
Asian.
They don't have to. They don't have
call
to
it
say
Jews dollars.
They
don't call it Jews dollars. They call it listen.
But y'all just said,
we gotta put a label over everything. We don't need to put a label over everything.
There are a few contradictions here. There are some contradictions here. I just want to point them out.
Listen.
Hold on, Sunshine.
Hold on. You gotta understand what we're saying. if you heard a white person sit back and said on national TV, support white dollars.
He's racist.
He's racist. It's labeled as being racist because you're separating everybody.
But did you not just hear what your mom just said?
Sit back and say,
but didn't you hear what your mom said? That you don't have the same opportunity to get your
I understand that.
Hold on.
I'm not saying that.
And so we got to deal with
that. But that doesn't mean we have to labor ourselves.
Right, we got to deal with that.
But labeling,
deal with
like
labeling is showing your identity, yo.
Exactly.
Who you are.
No, it don't. You're black.
You already
but your storefront outside of your
Say
storefront,
what, Damon?
you usually don't have outside of your storefront.
Can't hear
don't
you.
Have a picture. Oh, can you hear me?
Hold on, man. You got to turn.
We can hear you.
We can hear.
I couldn't hear him.
All right, outside of your storefront,
I still can't.
Turn yours up.
You usually don't have a picture.
You got to probably put your earphones in, man.
Of yourself. Right? Mm-hmm. So if someone walked down the street,
the way up.
How would they know this was a black business? How would they know?
Because you got, hold on, I'm going to tell you how.
They just walk
because
you're
going to have a bunch of black people. You're going to have a bunch of black people that's going to be supporting it. You're going to have it.
Okay,
there's no way.
To a certain extent, though. Okay, so I understand when you say don't label yourself as just the black businesses. It's bigger than that. You're a business now. You are in the economy. You are a business. And I get what you're saying, Damon, because it's like, how do we know who we're supporting? If we're going to try to stop putting money into these white men pockets, how can we start putting money within our own community, within our own people? How do we know who these people are? Because half the time you don't even know who the owner is of this establishment unless you look them up, right? So if I'm walking down the street, unless I looked you up and I read your whole biography and who invented this, then I'm like, oh, that's who it is, right? But at the same time, you still do not have to, outside your business, you do not have to have that. But you can also go, that's why Black community need to come together, because there are sites, on my Twitter feed, they're going to show you if you're trying to go travel, or even TikTok. TikTok is very big. They will show you all the Black businesses, all the popular establishments. So you will have to do your research before you even go out. That's really it. But when you're in the public, you do not have to label yourself just as a Black business. Because like you guys said, you would not see a white man go on TV talking about, oh, I'm a white business. Because you're going to look at him stupid. Who cares? Yep. All these businesses are white businesses.
And you know what? I'm sorry. I'm cutting. Let me just. My bad. Because I'm on 10 now. My bad. And Kennedy, you right. You know what I'm saying? So, damn, man. What else?
Hold on. While you thinking of it, let me put it to you like this. In Detroit right now, we have at least 500, 600 soul food places, right? Got 500, 600 soul food places. Do you know the soul food places is being patronized the most? And a lot of Black folks be looking at me crazy when I sit back. And all you got to do is do the research. The white soul food places,
like what?
The Asian soul food places, the goddamn that's what the damn what's their name? The Arabs and the Lebanese is doing now. They're doing soul food.
I don't know.
And guess who they put in the forefront? Black people.
And guess what?
Black folks.
I remember what I was about to say.
They're the servers. They're the managers.
Yep.
Then when you find out who the damn owner is, this nigga name is Felipe or somebody.
And guess what?
That's what we talking about. They understand. It goes to what I was just saying. Infiltration. We got to start adopting that shit. You got to adopt that. Yep. Because we keep getting infiltrated.
Yep.
You ever seen goddamn Snoopy? I mean, not Snoopy, but Charlie Brown and Lucy?
Yeah.
And Lucy be trying to get, and I always say this shit, I always use this analogy. Lucy always tell Charlie Brown, Chuck, I'm going to put the football down. I need you to kick the football. I'm not, this time, I know I did it 100 times already, but this time, I'm going to let you kick the football. He trusts her. He runs to kick the football. She moves the football. He falls and bumps his head. That's what, we are Charlie Brown as Black folks.
Yep.
We too slow to make moves.
Nope.
By the time we got it figured out, it's already some other shit that's going on right now. What we have to do, and going back to Robert's point, We have to stop putting that ceiling on ourselves.
Yep.
It was prideful in the 60s, 70s, and the 80s to say, look, we're black owned, because we were trying to get people to spend their black dollars with black people and build a black community.
Yep.
Right now, you don't have a lot of people that's trying to build a black community that's saying black dollars. And what he was telling you was from his lens, where you got a lot of black people that would sit back and act like that they're on the black people's side by going out here and trying to get these people to patronize them. But once black people start going out there and giving them their dollars, now they would sit back and treat you like you ain't shit.
Exactly.
And you know what we doing when we label ourselves? Black folks ain't doing no different than what white folks did in the 50s and 60s. The same racist shit that we complain about, we doing this shit now.
Let me give a big shout out to my man, Information Man.
Information Man, what up, though?
I love you, bro.
For sure.
Hey, man, if you could come in and come on here, I don't know if you'll be able to do it, bro, but we definitely would love your input on here, man.
Information Man, I promise you, bro. Every time I see somebody that's trying to do a YouTube, I tell them to check your shit out. You helped us so much, where
a whole lot,
where we monetize. Like, we only been doing it for like a little bit over 6 months. So, man, y'all follow his shit, bro, because what he's trying to do, man, he's building a community of basically upcoming YouTubers. That's how I look at it.
I also have one thing. This is my last thing. I'm about to sign on now, y'all. I gotta go sleep. But
for sure.
My last thing, when it comes to even like black people making their own type of profit. First of all, there's a lot of people who are scared to even go on that business venture. They're scared of the unknown. So that's another way we put ceilings on ourselves. So at the same time, to get ahead, you sometimes have to take risks. So informing, first of all, you have to educate yourself before you go into anything. That way, even when you are scared, you know the information to, even if you get into a little bind or something, because in all businesses, there is something that might go wrong. You're just gonna have to figure that out. It's okay. It's all right.
Fact.
You're gonna figure it out. So as a black community, we need to actually understand that stability, the way you want stability, is not going to be possible if you take that risk. Unless you want to work a 9 to 5 and give all your money to the higher man and work your life away for this man who don't care if you came to work the next day. If they're going to replace you either way it goes, until you get out that mindset of, oh, I'm scared to go on to this next stage of my life or go into this next venture, nothing will change. So we also need to get out of that mindset and just learn just basic principles, common decency within ourselves. Because I feel like as a black community, first of all, like all these other communities, you never see a Jewish community tearing themselves apart.
Hell no.
Competing against each other. They help each other more than anything. Our this black community, we tear each other down so much, and we're so jealous and so envious.
Jealous. I was just saying jealous. Envy. Yeah.
And it's so sad that, and I know a lot of stuff that I'm saying could sound like real, like kind of fucked up and shit like that. But it's kind of sad that I have to speak like this, because that's the only way black folks they don't even understand we talk like this. But that's the only way you would get their attention.
Well, you know,
that's
fear.
the only way.
Can I double dutch you there for a second?
Fear's an option.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry,
fear's an option. Absolutely, Dame. Absolutely. But go ahead,
man. Yeah, I kind of sat back and I was trying to listen to the different levels of opinions on just the approach of how we even navigate this. So what I'm hearing is there was I guess confusion on contradictions in the conversation. I think I heard that earlier. Yeah. I think what the contradiction appears to be is one is arguing about selling a product to make the dollar, and someone else is arguing about how do we flip that dollar in the black neighborhood. They're not the same. They're not the same. I get that you want to make a product globally because you limit yourself. If you only just say, I'm only selling to black people, I'm only going to, if you do that, understand that that's going to put a ceiling on whatever profit or whatever you're trying to gain in the first place. But also we have to understand and this is kind of being like what the term is being on code. Just because it's a black business, I support it. I am not a fan of that. You have to earn my dollar just like anybody else. I understand. I want to support the black business, but don't make me support it through guilt. Don't make me feel like you're going to call me a COON or anything else because I don't support your business. Maybe your business is not up to par. That manipulation part, I really, my spidey senses start tingling when that happens, man. And that the idea of someone not supporting a black business, some black people feel like that's wrong. I'm not in agreement that you support every black business because every black business is not up on point with their approach. You either thank me for patronizing you, or you thank me only because you're a black business and that's all that needs to be had. Like, no, you're selling a product. Why do I have to take a lesser product because you're black and you're using that manipulation against me? I hate when that happens. We have to figure out who they are and be able to eliminate that. Now, I'm not saying, forget all black businesses. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there are a select few that are, look, I got an honest product. And if you buy from me, I thank you for supporting a black business or a business, whatever. But to manipulate you to say you're wrong if you don't support me, we got to get out of that. We have to get out of it.
It's the customer service. That's all I've been talking about. And as black people, we need to know how to respect and treat each other. We just
on both sides of the coin. Absolutely.
First of all, us as black people running businesses, is we gonna have to, treat our business as a corporation.
I can't see your face, Dane.
We're gonna have to treat our business as a corporation, and not, as a street business, or or govern our business.
A lot of people treating like a hustle, bro.
Street rules have to be taken out when you run in the business. Street rules are over.
Most black,
what I'm saying? But that's how most black people still run their business. As they have equivalent to street rules of everything that comes into their business. That has to go away.
It definitely do, and they're still running it as if it is like they're back in the streets. That's why you have to educate yourself on how to run the business. You have to educate yourself. There is
some black folks don't know how to run a fucking business.
They don't, and then that's how people get in binds. That's how stuff starts shutting down. Like I remember, black businesses shutting down. A lot of them because they go in bankruptcy because nobody's coming to your establishment no more because of the comments, the reviews. Because guess what? Your customers are you need customers to have a business, right? So if you don't know how to talk to nobody, if you don't know how to have good customer service, if your product is not even up to par to what you're saying it should be, nobody's gonna come. Your reviews are what matters. And they be feeling like, oh, it don't matter. Your business gonna get shut down quick. That's all. It's not gonna stay that long at all. It's just a lot of stuff going on.
And then I remember. I don't know y'all heard of this, but remember, like I saw it on Facebook. A lot of people was like shitting on this flower shop in Detroit. I guess she had bad reviews and stuff like that, and people was clowning her and shit. Somebody had the nerve to say like, "Oh, that's bold, y'all. We shouldn't be clowning her." At the end of the day, we gotta still, show love to our black business. So we supposed to just tolerate bullshit just because they quote unquote is a black business. Like that's bullshit. I'm not doing that. Like,
let me say this. I think that black people are each other's worst critics. I think that we hold each other to a higher standard than we do the regular business, right? So, Robert, I think when it was crickets earlier, it was because it sounded like you were saying you're not supporting black businesses.
No, I support.
You cleared it up, but it was crickets because that's what it sounded like you were saying.
Hey, that's cool.
Supporting.
I'm okay with that.
You're not supporting businesses because they're black.
Hey,
So,
it is. Hey, I'm okay with that. Trust me, I'm okay if people thinking that way because I do. I mean, I support Black people. Let's put it like that. Like
No. What I'm saying is that, and when you first made that statement, it sounded like you were saying you don't support Black businesses.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? This is what it sounded like you said.
Yeah.
You cleared it up. And I agree that if I go into a business and because you're Black and your service is not up to par, I'm not going to come back and support it just because you're Black.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying? However, at the same time, I'm not going to go and bash that business.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go bash it because I had a bad experience there. Because you know what? If I go to a white establishment or if I go to a Chinese restaurant or if I go, which that ain't happening because I don't eat Chinese food. For you. But I'm not, here's the thing. When in my younger days and I was getting my nails done, and if I go into an Asian shop or whatever, and I felt a little like, okay, I think they saying something a little, if I feel uncomfortable, I'm not supporting that business.
Facts.
And it's not just because it's because that business, I don't feel comfortable supporting them.
That business,
Right. It don't matter if I get what you're saying, Robert. You're not just going to support somebody just because they're saying they're Black. And the fact that stop labeling yourself as Black businesses. If you're a business, you're a business. Just promote your business. It don't have to be Black business this, Black business that.
And
you know,
also,
I get that.
If I'm look at this, if I'm just gonna give my money away just to give my money away because it's fucking right, I'm gonna give it to a homeless person or a child. There's only two reasons I'm going to do that: a homeless person and a child. It could be a kid selling cookies, $5 each. I'd rather give my money to him than just support a quote unquote Black business just because that's what I'm supposed to do.
But one thing I can say is we are our biggest critics when it do come to the Black community. And like I said, if I don't like the customer service, then I'm going back. But sometimes we just take it from the white establishments or the Arabs or you go to the beauty supply store and the Asian people gonna cut you out or whatever, and you didn't like how they ran their business. You know, it's like we're crackheads when it comes to that because we're gonna keep going back, even though we had a bad experience. We're gonna keep going back, and that's the biggest fault within the Black community.
That's the problem.
We
have
are
a slave mentality.
For our own people to the point where I have one bad experience where I'm just not gonna come back.
Yeah.
But if I go to freaking Forever 21 and they was treating me all wrong or something, I'm gonna come back still. I'm gonna still spend my money, even though I feel like y'all was being totally racist towards me. Y'all was disrespecting me. I'm gonna still spend my money. But you know, you might hear my mouth, but I'm still gonna pay my money.
Still gonna come.
That's the problem.
But you know what? The thing of it is that any business that you go into that you have problems with, you have to find a way to let them know that you were unhappy with their services. Yes. Because it's not just Black businesses and it's not just white businesses, business period.
It's business period. Absolutely.
And I've learned that I used to just walk away and just complain about it to myself, but I've learned that I do now call Better Business Bureau and complain because they need to know.
My mama's a 50s baby.
What the white people do, email them.
God damn, I'm going
that they
email this.
Up. Yeah. They need to know that they messed up.
That's why I go right to the reviews, y'all. Right to the reviews. I go right on Yelp. As soon as I had a bad experience, I'm gonna tell you the whole description of this whole event. And if it happened multiple occasions, I'm gonna tell you every experience as to why you should not support this. And that's what all businesses across the board, all of them.
Now check this out.
Yes.
Now check this out, people. This is the thing, because I gotta wrap this up. We had one, but this is the thing. We need to be able to hold each other to a standard. That's what it comes down to. But in order for that to happen, we have to have the courage to do it, and we have to have not only us, but people that actually feel what you're feeling, they got to have the courage to stand behind you when you stand on some shit. But right now, we got a bunch of motherfuckers. When somebody's standing and speaking out, we got a bunch of motherfuckers that sit back and twiddle their thumbs until they see the masses coming. You get what I'm saying? We need to be able to be against bad shit. I don't give a fuck who is doing it. We have to be against those things. Based off of what you guys were just saying, what we have to do is we have to be what we are intended to be, and that's the largest body of government. There's nothing that can be harder and more stronger and forceful than the people. Why do you think that people started rioting? Why do you think that they were doing these things? Because they understood it. Rioting came from somebody that read a goddamn history book. Because when you start understanding certain things, people understand the loss of things. When you can set a standard, you don't just complain. You threaten a loss of something, whether it's time, money, or life. That's all people respect. That's what it's about. So when we talk, because I need to bring it back full circle, we started out with the whole Roe versus Wade. I knew it was going to go to this where we ended up being, because that's what it's about. Us. It ain't about them goddamn politicians that's doing all that crazy ass shit. It's about us having think tanks and talking about the things that really matters to us. That's why I wanted to do it. I didn't want to talk about goddamn whether it's a woman's right to have an abortion or not. We already understand where that comes from. And if we don't understand it, we better start understanding right now this is how the world works. We all have different ways on how we speak, how we talk, and the things that we go through life in. We all have this shit. And we have to start learning how to respect another person's opinion, and then respect the fact that they have facts that back that shit up also. We have to start being able to have good discourse with each other. What I mean by good discourse is that we can speak to each other's points, and not because of a person made you feel a certain way. I was about to go ahead and let this shit fall out, but I gotta let my man in here. The information man is in the house. I'm glad you came in here, brother. Hey man, go ahead.
Hey,
I'm gonna go ahead.
How you doing?
Right
How's everybody doing tonight? Thank you for all the shout out, all the respect. I really appreciate that. I see you got my man Identity Withheld up here, and I really appreciate everything that everybody is saying. I heard the sisters talking about, how we treat one another when it comes to business versus people who do not look like us. And I'll say it this simple. I think for whatever reason, you can call it cultural conditioning, we seem to tolerate people who do not tolerate us or like us, but we are less tolerant of people who look like us, who come from our background, whatever it may be. And a lot of that has to do with the cultural conditioning of self-hate. And that can be traced all the way back to slavery, coming out of the slave experience into Reconstruction and the way we were treated. And what happens is it's like a Stockholm syndrome, where you begin to identify with those that oppress you and hate those that are in the same boat with you. And it's a problem that Black people in general have in this country, but you see this globally because it's a global system that has impacted us. And I think that the question, this would be a good topic for you to do a show on this. And that is, are Black people tolerant of other Black people? Are we willing to be patient with one another? And then on the flip side of that, look at how we look down at Black people who have had some success, whether it be in business, whatever it may be. They've been self-made in some way. And we'll hate on them because they've got money or they're living a certain way. And we'll say, well, that person's a sellout. But then we forget that you don't know what type of mountaintop that person's had to climb up to get to where they are. So we're not very tolerable of Black people that are on our same economic ladder. And then we're very intolerable of black people that are above our ladder. We look at the white man's ice is colder than the black man's ice. Think about it. When you have a black doctor and a white doctor, how many of us would choose the white doctor over the black doctor because we think he might have gone to a better school, more education, and knows what he's doing? But if you look at the statistics and do your research, and I'll be doing a show on this, black people stand a higher chance of surviving and living when it comes to medical procedures and medicine when we have a black doctor versus white doctors. White doctors are actually killing black people. But how many of us stop to see the statistics in that? While we talk about that, the fact that police are killing us, which they are, we fail to recognize that the medical establishment is actually killing more black people.
By a
Go do the
long
research.
run, a 35% rate higher.
Yes.
35% rate higher. Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And
no one didn't say
that one, dog.
No one didn't say we didn't suffer from selective outrage here. So that's been a bad problem that we've been carrying.
Yes, I would agree. Identity, you're on the money there. Let me say this as I get ready to drop off very soon. Today, I brought this issue up on another brother's channel. When it comes to the issue of abortion, it does seem to, it is interesting to me that people who are pro-life are very concerned about when a baby or when life begins and what they see as taking a life versus not taking a life. However, when these babies are born into the world and they become 3 years old, 4 years old, 5, 6, and teenagers, it's funny how the same people who are pro-life don't give a damn about this life when this life is in adolescence and teenage years. You know why? Wow. All you got to do is look at all the programs that have been cut for kids, school budgets, recreation budgets. Kids are the least represented group in this country, and yet these same people who say they're pro-life don't say much when it comes to you having kids. They'll be the first ones to tell black people, why y'all got all those kids and you on the welfare system? Well, wait a minute. Didn't you say that we shouldn't abort these kids because it's about life? But when they're here, you don't want to do anything to help these kids. See the hypocrisy? See the hypocrisy? And secondly, if any of y'all have read Dr. Frances Cressing Welsing, excuse me.
Yes.
The ISIS paper, she talks about white society's concern for their genetic survival. This Roe versus Wade, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, has more to do with white men's concern about the birth rate of white society. I did a video about this on my channel. We know that white people's birth rates have been going downhill, right? And with this alternative lifestyle that's going on, it's going even more downhill, right? Secondly, don't get caught up, sisters and brothers, and think, oh, they're concerned about black babies. They were not concerned about black babies when you were aborting them. If you are, and I do know it's high, but it's high in our community where you have poor economics and poor situations. We got to remember that. Yes. Black women that are married, educated, in productive relationships, black people are not having abortions. And the statistics show that black couples that are married are using, check this one out, are using condoms and birth control more than single. It's single people that are having these birth rates. Yes. However, white society, white men are concerned about white women who are not producing babies. So this whole abortion thing is to stop white women from contributing to declining their already downward birth rates. Black people, they may tell you that we are aborting our kids more than any other group, but yet we're still out birthing them in the world, in this country we call America. This is a red herring in which they're trying to control the bodies of white women. They don't care if black women get a backstage get a behind the scenes dangerous abortion, or whether you're getting abortions when it was legal. They don't care about us taking our lives. They are singly focused on their communities, their women. This is really about white women. That's why you're seeing mostly white women out there in the streets that are pissed off about this. They don't care about black women or our birth rates. They don't care.
Yeah.
Period.
I opened up with that exactly.
And I'm gonna shut my mouth up with that.
I agree.
Oh,
100%.
Information man. I got a question for you. And actually to the panel as well. Is there anyone on this panel that's disagreeing with the statement that there is not one answer to solve Roe versus Wade?
I don't disagree at all with that. There's a multitude of answers to it.
And if that's the case, yeah. I'm sorry. Are you had something?
No, I was just going to say, Identity, that you bring up a very powerful question that's difficult to answer. And this is the reason why it's difficult to answer. We have to ponder this. We are living in the year 2022. We're in the 21st century. Doctors and the most highest educated people cannot define when life begins. Now, this doesn't negate people who are religious on this platform, who believe in the biblical ways that determines life. But the reality is, in terms of the world that we're living in the third dimension here, is that they have not been able to precisely define it. So what does that tell you? And we're in the 21st century.
And they won't be able to do it because you got two different dimensions that's on it. You got to understand this. If a woman is with child, I don't care what trimester she's in, and she dies, whether it's manslaughter or murder one.
Mm-hmm.
If you committed a murder with her and she was with child,
mm-hmm.
and that child dies, that's two murders.
Double murder, yeah.
It is a double murder.
Right.
They ain't sitting there talking about if it's first trimester, third trimester. They're not they're not right there. So to speak on that point, Information Man was speaking on is that they won't ever. It's never going to be, because they got to keep that open. They have to keep it open.
That's my point, actually.
Can I say something? Can I say something? And this is through experience. Is that from seeing it, okay? And I'm understanding what you're saying, because whether it's liquid, the liquid is you still the pregnancy is still liquid from the 3 months all the way up to 15 months. 15 weeks. I'm sorry. It's still liquid. It hasn't formed. The legs and the eyes, the arms, and nothing has been formed. Okay. Now, that's still a pregnancy, regardless. It's still a pregnancy. Now, whether it lasts or not, it's still a pregnancy. So are you saying, when you ask that question, are there more than one way for a solution for this? Are you talking about the pregnancy, or what are you talking about?
I'm speaking more of just in general. If we already agree that there is not one answer to this entire situation, we're just arguing if one side wins, then the other is unhappy, and vice versa. What are we doing collectively? Like, honestly speaking, I don't care who makes the choice, as long as the choice is sound and it's like I guess I'm thinking more community wise. Like, I'm not saying there's going to be exceptions to everything. Like, we can't get stuck and wrapped around the axle with the little details of it.
Mm-hmm.
When we already agreed there is no one answer to this. But it seems like in the courts there's this one answer that everybody's waiting to get, and
mm-hmm.
there is really no one answer that's going to solve this, because there's going to always be some exception or some kind of backlash because of it. So what do we do collectively? I feel like if we had more attention on that part of it, instead of this whole, I should have the right, you should have the right, you shouldn't have the right. I look, you can define any way you like. To me, babies, the pregnancy is the pregnancy. 1 week, 2 weeks, 5 weeks, the woman's pregnant. I'm not dividing that up into whether or not it's a legal pregnancy or That's part of the growth of the baby. Like, is that the baby's penalty? Because, hey, you didn't make it to 3 weeks. I get to, it's like, I don't care the choice. I don't care who makes the choice. The question I have is, what do we do collectively? Because we can't say every situation is exactly going to be the same. And this decision we make today of, okay, the woman gets the choice. What does that mean? What does that mean? I understand a woman's point of view saying a man should not be speaking on a woman's body. I hear you on that one too. But again, collectively, what do we do? Not get wrapped around the axle so heavily on something that we know we can't solve with one answer.
Well, identity withheld, I can give you a pretty good synopsis statement here. This is just my opinion. People may disagree. I think if I have a child with a woman, I've been married before. I was married 15 years. I have a daughter, and her mother and I, we get along just fine. I take care of my daughter. No drama here. I believe if a man and woman come together and consensual to have a baby, and sometimes babies can be born without there being a plan to have a baby, but I think the woman body is a sacred thing to that woman, and the women should have the right to make certain decisions. But this is where I think it changes. I, as a man, if that is my child and it's proven out that it's my child, that means that we both laid down together and created life together, because a woman can't create life without a man and vice versa. Therefore, I should have some type of say. And now I know women in general, and I don't want to be disrespectful to any ladies on the panel. I know that men have been trying in general to control the bodies of women for many years in this society. There used to be a time in history where they would put chastity belts on women when men would go into war. They were concerned that somebody was going to get her, right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
But if we lay down together and have a child consensually, where is my rights as a father to have some say as to whether a abortion is going to happen or not? I think that the father or a man, responsible man, should have some say, because what's in the woman's body, what's being created
by me,
by the woman. I'm not going to disrespect the ladies here. However, it could not be created by your body without the assistance of my genetic material, which means the child belongs, and I know this kind of sounds weird what I'm saying, the child belongs to both of us. So we both should share in some responsibility. But as a man, I should also be sensitive to the fact that I'm not the one carrying the baby for 9 months. The woman is. So she's going through things that I can't imagine. So it's it's like being on a tightrope here. I'll stop right there.
So here's my question to the men on the panel. I'm just curious if you feel comfortable answering this question, and I will hope all of you would chime in if you feel comfortable, is do you support the overturning of Roe versus Wade?
I think, like I said before, I think it's fair. If you could control a man, tell a man when you have to pay child support when he clearly take care of the child, hey, I feel like, hey,
so that's
I think it's fair. And if the man don't have the last say so, if he want this child or not, or say, I don't want to have a child with you, I feel like it's only fair if a woman can't either.
So that's a yes. Now, does anyone else feel like answering that question?
I'll answer okay, go ahead, brother.
You go ahead.
I'm kind of, it's a difficult question to answer straight up because, one, I have a daughter. So I have a little bit more skin in the game in terms of, as a father, and don't take this the wrong way, but as a father, if you have a son, you only got one penis to worry about. That's your son's penis, and what he's doing may be irresponsible, right? With daughters, you've got multiple penises that you got to worry about because you got young men who are trying to get up in her pants. So as a father, it concerns me because if something was to happen to my daughter, like what happens when women are ard, I don't want to use that word, but you know what I mean, we ard.
great.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then this is where this law changing like it did, gentlemen, could come back to bite some of us, because if you got a family member, a sister, somebody that you love, and she's been mishandled by a monster out here, should she be forced to go full term emotionally with the scarring of knowing that she was a victim of missexual treatment, and especially a daughter? That is very difficult for me as a father to want to accept and live with. And this is where they're going to have to amend this law and make some wiggle room for it, because you're going to have some serious problems here. And you know damn well these politicians, if it happens to their daughters, they're going to send them to another state.
Yeah, absolutely. Identity withheld, man. What you think, bro?
Just to kind of sort of piggyback on what Information Man just dropped, but for me, what I heard from Information Man is that's the exception to what the rule is now. Like, that's where I was saying, either way you go, there's going to be some sort of counter to that. So I'm not in favor nor against any of it. I'm not really in that dogfight, because I don't think my energy is good to be in that space, to be. It's like, I said it before, it's getting wrapped around that axle. Like, I think there's a bigger thing that we need to be worried about, more than just, you're right or you're wrong. And I don't care about that. I'm more concerned first for my family, right? I mean, that's just my nature. And then, everyone around my family, and supporting my family and the community, all that stuff. I'm not necessarily in favor of what happened, but I'm also not against it. So I'm just not as involved.
Yeah, that's kind
I'm
of
just not as
what I'm
involved.
on.
That's fair.
So with myself, I've always stated that I'm not in favor, or nor am I against it. But this is where I stand at with this. It is a family thing. It is a accountability thing when it comes down to it. When we talking about a woman, I think that is absolutely wrong for them to sit back and set the message that it's her body, it's her decision. Let me explain this. If it's her body and her decision, then she should be 100% responsible for whatever happens. So when it comes down to her getting pregnant by a man that she did not want to have a baby by, this is excluding women that have been ARD. This is excluding women that has had complications. This is talking about women that have
consensual sex.
Yes.
Right.
If you want to have all autonomy over it, then you have to have all autonomy over it. You can't you can't sit back and complain that the government is taking over your body and all these different things. And then when you get yourself in a bind, you go to the government and ask them to get you child support and all kind of other things. You can't have it both ways. Okay. You either say, it's my body, it's my goddamn way I do it, and I'm gonna get it out.
That is a compelling point.
However I get
That's
it.
a powerful point.
Accountability is what you're mentioning.
The woman is actually saying this: I don't want the government in my body, period. There shouldn't be no decision for the government to make for me.
What I'm saying is, if
there
that's
should
the case,
be no decision for the government to make for me. Let me make I don't need to come to the government and sit down and discuss whether I want an abortion or not.
No. We got past that part. Okay, fine.
It's not a conversation.
Got that part. No. You got that part. But the other part is, you cannot come to us and ask us to go out here and make that man that will not pay you child support.
But there would be no, if a woman decides, listen, if a woman decides to have an abortion, there's nothing that the woman is not coming to ask for child support.
No. You're not grasping what I'm saying. She's telling the government, stay away from my body.
Period.
Stay away from right. It's my decision. My body, my decision. Okay. If that's the case, then if I'm telling you that I'm going to back up from you, then I got to back all the way up from you then. So if you go out there and you decide to have a baby, and you have a baby and you say, hey, this man ain't paying me child support, you can't come to the same government and ask.
But that goes to something completely different. That's
what I'm saying is, if a woman decides to have an abortion, she shouldn't have to sit down and discuss it with anybody except her and the father. If she keeps the baby, then she's coming to you to say, hey, are we going to work this out where we both take care of this baby? But I'm talking about that the government, period. There should be no conversation about.
Okay. And I'm agreeing with what you just said. So then, if that's the case, then you can't go to that same government that you want to stay away from you and making your decision.
Can I jump in?
Because you
support,
James, you're conflating.
James,
you're
child to support.
No,
he's talking about having an abortion. There is no child to support.
He's talking about on the other end of it.
Right.
So if you are saying, if me and James have consensual sex, right, and I get pregnant, I'm pro-choice. I don't want the government telling me what to do with my body, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So we got that part straight. So if me and James end up not working out, he's saying, since I made this decision to have this baby,
right,
I shouldn't be going to the same government that I said don't have no choice over my body,
but
making him the government
pay child support.
Yep, and it goes back.
He's conflating.
That's what I mean is that the two people that creating this baby, they should be able to come before they even begin to start to have sex, which it doesn't happen. Have that conversation, because now you know if you lay down.
Can I just please jump in on this point? So to me, it sounds like that James, you're conflating two different separate issues, right? So if we use if we use the word as I'm sorry, is it Nidra said consensual sex, right? Consensual meaning that, well, we'll talk about adults, meaning people who are sound-minded and can make a decision to consensually have sex together. That would mean, without saying, they both know what the consequences, repercussions, or outcome could be, which means a pregnancy. The decision for the woman to have the baby, or I'm sorry, to end the pregnancy via abortion is a woman's decision. But on the other end of it, in terms of where you're getting to the child support part, that then becomes accountability and responsibility, and on both parts. So you consensually had sex with this woman, knowing the possibility that you would end up with a child. She can make the decision to end the pregnancy, but you are absolutely accountable and responsible to if she keeps it. And you would not be involved with any governmental entity if you took and made that responsibility your own.
If he sat back and said, hold on, let's go from the standpoint, and I'm going to go to the standpoint of this. With a lot of men, I ain't going to say men in general, but a lot of men would sit back and say, I don't want this child with her.
Yep.
Right, but he didn't say that when he was like, I don't want this coochie.
No. Right. And at the end of the day, she has autonomy. She has what I'm saying is that she has full autonomy, right?
Over her body.
She's telling that government that, hey, it's my decision, it's my body. I can say what I want to say. I should be able, if I want to have an abortion, I should be able to have an abortion.
Okay.
Is that true? And she's telling that to the government, which is the Supreme Court at this time right now, right?
I'm listening.
If she wants the baby, she shouldn't get child support.
Then,
bottom line.
No. Yeah. Then she would go, baby comes to term. That man is sitting back. He may not tell you with his mouth, but the man is showing you he don't want to be in that child's life, nor do he want to be in your life. What you would do in return, because you done sit back and called this man and your calls were unsuccessful, you would go back and say, that same people that you were sitting back saying, it's my body, it's my decision, you would go to them and say, hey, listen, I'm trying to get this money from this guy because he said he don't want to take care of his baby. I need you guys.
That's such a narrow view. I think that
it's the same government.
That's not the same thing, though. It's not.
How is it not?
Because from the point of contact at that sexual encounter, you are both accountable and responsible. You might not
until
be thinking,
she has to, but hold on, she can change it.
Yeah, but listen,
she can tell that man that
what doesn't
you want
change,
it or not, I'm going to get
but
an
James,
abortion.
but what will not and what does not change is the fact that as a consenting adult, you know what the outcome could be, and at that point, you or men, so to speak, should be knowing that what could possibly happen. She could possibly have 1 second.
And the women should know it too.
She could possibly have an abortion, or she could possibly have a baby. I am responsible for the point of my decision that I made in having sex with you. And I am responsible. I don't know. Well, anyway, we're going to agree to disagree on that. We're going to disagree.
No. You can't agree to disagree, because what I'm saying is that she has she has full autonomy. If he say that, listen, I just don't want to be in that child's life, and nor do I want to be in your life.
He helped her to make that decision.
No, listen. He can sit back and make
for her.
No, listen, he didn't. He said, I don't want to be in your life or hers. She can go to that same government that she told to leave me the fuck alone, is my body, and ask them to get that man to pay her child support.
That's not fair.
You're missing the most important point, though.
I wish y'all would get to it.
Because you laid there and helped have that baby. Now
she did.
Now you decided that you did.
Okay, let me ask y'all this.
Feedback. Just some feedback.
Let me ask y'all this.
Hold on.
But now you decided that you don't want to have anything to do with that baby.
And she hold on.
So you didn't discuss the government before the baby.
Hold on.
You did not discuss the government before you laid and had sex with the woman.
No.
So now you're going to have that discussion.
You want to just keep talking? Listen to what I'm saying.
I think we're getting wind feedback from the young sister at the top right.
Need you put yours on mute so we can. Okay, so this is the difference between the two. The man sit back and say, I don't want that child. I don't want to be in that child's life. I don't want to have anything to do with that child. Right?
When do he say that?
No, listen to me. So he goes and he doesn't be in the child's life. The worst that he can do is just not be in that child's life. What she does when she don't want to be able to be responsible for that child, she can kill it. She can kill the child. Hold on. We got another one. Let's take the killing out of it. Hold on.
Wait a minute. It's two people killing the child, James.
No. Hold on. So then, even if she don't want to kill it,
listen. You got to look at it. You can't have it both ways. You got to have it.
She can't have it both ways.
When you say that you do not want to be in the child's life, are you talking about before you lay down or after you lay down?
Really?
Yes. That's real important.
Listen. Okay, so let me tell you.
Okay,
I'll put it to you like this. I'm talking about
who get the last say so who gets
who decides to lay when you lay down.
I want to be able to wrap
that
this
you
up.
Do not want that child once you lay down or after you lay down. Which way is it? When you lay down,
that is a valid question.
Okay, so listen. I sit back and I had sex with her, right? I decide, she comes and tells me that she's pregnant. I look and I said, I don't want to have a baby with this woman.
So you tell her after the
craziest part. Yes. I tell her after the fact. The craziest part is most men won't tell a woman directly. They just show it to her.
So
right.
Here's the question.
So the only thing that he has to deal with is the fact that he just don't have conversation with her or something.
But he
right?
helped her make a decision, though. He's helped her make a decision by either not by telling her he wants nothing to do with the child, or by just not showing up. He's helped her to make that decision.
How is it that
he's helped her to make that decision by what direction she's going to decide to go?
Make what decision? To kill the child?
You are helping to kill the child. If she decides to do the abortion, you're saying that I don't want that child. I don't want to have nothing to do with you, and I don't want nothing
I don't want to have nothing.
And I don't want that child.
I don't want to have nothing to do with that child.
You helped make that decision. You helped making it because you laid there and had sex with that woman.
But what if it was the other way around? What if it was the other way around? What if it was the two? Okay,
this is why men should not care.
What if it? Hold on.
Wait a minute. Hold up, just a minute.
I want to hear what Sunshine had to say.
From what he just said, right there. That's why women make decisions like that.
I want to hear what Sunshine got to say. Hold on, no. Hey, it's 1:00, y'all. I'm trying to get this. I want to hear what Sunshine had to say. I get it.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? I get what you're saying, James. No government, blase, boom, boom, bang, right? But the baby gets
here. It can't be a but if you heard what I said. You just erased everything that you heard.
I know what you said. I know what you said because you said it 20 times. I heard you loud and clear. I got it. But here's where I'm going back to the accountability, responsibility, consensual, consenting adults having sex. At what point are you, as a man, responsible or accountable for your sexual activity? What did you do or not do in order for a baby to get there? To
Why did she let me fuck?
Say it again.
Like, why did she even allow me? That's the case. Why did she allow me to have sex with her?
Listen, but that's not. You're twisting it up. You're twisting it up. You're twisting it up. I asked you a very specific question. What did you do or not do in order for that baby to get here?
No. We had
no. That's
I'm asking. I didn't pull out. I didn't use protection. Then what?
Okay.
Don't erase the fact that she gave me the green light to get
so Robert, but listen. Now you just said that. So are you responsible for putting on a condom?
No.
You're not. Oh my Lord, have mercy! I'm done.
Let me tell you something. If she give the green light. Wow. That means that you're giving me the green light to eat or do whatever I want.
Wow.
Okay.
Can I put a bow on this one? I know it's getting late.
That's your vagina. You should have pride enough to tell me. You should have so much pride in your vagina to make sure that I have a condom on.
Wow.
But you're irresponsible. And you allow me
you're not taking
to
any
enter you
responsibility.
with no type of.
I can't.
This is the thing. He has to take on responsibility because whether he want to or not, guess what society is going to make him do? Take on responsibility. He's going to have to go to jail. He's going to get his forfeiture of pay. All these different things happens to this man when he doesn't want to take on responsibility.
Sunshine,
now, when she don't want to take on responsibility,
can I make a couple of statements because I gotta drop off.
Okay.
I think what's getting lost in the discussion is that you have a innocent child. Children did not ask to come into the world. However, they come in the world. None of us did. We're here by the grace of God. And I think that's what's getting lost in the discussion here, because at the end of the day, both the man and the woman who are making a adult decision to lay down, have a child, or there's a possibility of childbirth, if either man or woman is irresponsible with wearing a condom or using whatever is necessary if you don't want a childbirth. For me personally, as a man, and the brothers may agree or disagree with me. I think women should be responsible for decisions that they make too, as well as men. But for me as an individual, I'm not going to chance it at all. If I don't want to have a child and I'm going to have sex, I'm going to make sure that I keep a Jimmy head on. I'm not just going to assume that the woman, I've been in these situations in the past when I was much younger where you'll have a woman that will tell you, oh, I'm on birth control. You don't have to worry. Hell no. Because I've had too many friends coming up who were victims of that same situation. I'm going to keep a Jimmy head on. Men, beware of when you take that Jimmy head off, whether you throwing it in the wastebasket, because there's women out there that have been known to take the condom and do something. Man, you got to protect yourself at the end of the day. And if the woman does end up pregnant, then you have to take certain responsibility at the same time. I think it's a responsibility of both the man and woman. Women have to be responsible because you certainly don't have to open up your legs to anybody who doesn't put that Jimmy head on as well. And men, we certainly don't need to be putting our private parts into any old thing in this world. We just don't need to be doing that, and we need to be responsible. This is one of our problems within our community. We brothers will say that women don't want to be held accountable. Sisters will say, well, y'all men don't want to be held accountable. The problem is we are unaccountable damn people. Nobody wants to be accountable. That's the problem. Ladies, y'all, when we have these discussions, ladies, sometimes respectfully, you give us pushback when men express some of the things that we deal with when we're dealing with you. And it always turns out that sometimes it always turns on, well, I did this because you guys are, it isn't always what the man did. Sometimes you were irresponsible too, just as we can be irresponsible. Why can't we just agree to understand that we both can make bad decisions? Damn it, we make bad decisions. We make bad decisions sometimes. And now there's a price to pay for that bad decision. Sometimes the price could be a beautiful child that can bring joy into your life that you didn't plan to have, but the child is here. So black man, don't run out on that black woman. Now, if you don't want to have a kid with a woman that you met in a club, then use a Jimmy hat or don't mess with women that you met in the club. Because a lot of times brothers are impregnating women that they had no intention of being a father of. They just wanted pleasure for the night. Women, I say this to you with respect. Don't have sex with men that you have not evaluated, and same thing goes for men, that you have not evaluated whether they are father material, because every dude ain't father material. And then when they run out on you, now you're sitting back saying, oh, black men, y'all ain't shit. No. You chose to lay down with a no shit man that you did not do proper vetting of. And I, as a black man, if I lay down with a no account woman, I got to look at myself and say, I made a bad decision. Why did I have sex with her so soon? Why did I let the flesh take me there? That's the bottom line. I know I'm preaching too much tonight, but I'm going to drop off. That's the bottom line. We are adults and we make bad decisions. Thank you, brothers. Everybody have a great night.
Hey,
Peace.
Information, man. We got to link up soon, do that interview.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry, brother. I haven't forgotten about y'all. I got y'all. I'll be contacting y'all as I get through my many people that I'll be talking to. I'm going to get to y'all too. Y'all on the list. But at the end of the day, we as adults, we're making bad decisions. And what's happening is it's affecting the kids that we're raising. So now that son and that daughter is saying, who is my daddy, mama? Yeah. And now that child is saying to you when they find you, brother, why did you leave me?
Well, information, man, before you leave.
And that child may not know that, and this is another thing we got to stop doing. Sometimes a child, especially male children, we are raised by our mothers. And sometimes the mother will say to the male child, I'm saying in general, not all black women, not all women, but some. Your father ain't shit and wasn't shit. Mm-hmm. And then you got to think to yourself, ladies, psychologically, what does that say to your male son as he grows up and he realizes my mama been telling me that my father ain't nothing, but I got to ask myself a question. Mama, why did you pick a no shit man in the first damn place?
Oh shit. Okay, but
and then on the flip side of that, we have to say to men, why did you impregnate a woman that you knew you didn't want to be committed to, and now you've got a child asking you, Daddy, where have you been, Daddy? I'm sorry, I believe in holding both sides accountable, not just one.
Absolutely.
Okay, so before you go, let me just ask you this question real quick. Now with the Supreme Court decision.
Yeah, after this, we're going to wrap it up.
What would you say? I know we done after this, but what would you say about consensual, unprotected sex to men specifically now that this law has been overturned?
Ooh, that's an excellent question, sister. I'll just say it very shortly. Men, especially to the young men, the whole game has changed now, baby. Because you need to be on your P's and Q's. If you do not want an unwanted pregnancy, you need to do your best to make sure you keep your Jimmy head on you. And if you do impregnate a woman, I would say be very selective in the women that you're dealing with, so that if you do impregnate a woman that you weren't expecting to, maybe you can deal with it better because she is a quality woman. Goes back to vetting again. I think it's going to change the game. You're going to have a lot of pressure. I'm most concerned about women who come from poor backgrounds. They were already the most number of women that were getting these abortions. Now this is going to open up the door to maybe these back alley of abortions, which is going to, you're going to see mortality rates go they're going to go skyrocket out of control. Yes, you're going to see women that are going to be they're going to die because they go somewhere out of the country and they do something. Oh, another thing that I have not said to to the brothers here. This is important. I was listening to a brother by the name of Dr. Carr on the there's a radio show that I listened to. He said that this abortion act, you're going to see it being similar to what happened in the Dred Scott case. Remember Dred Scott?
I'm reading it now. I'm reading the whole Dred Scott. I'm
right.
actually reading that case right
now. And so when you look at the Dred Scott case, if women decide, let's say you're in a state that's gotten rid of abortion, Oklahoma, any of these states, you come to California and get the abortion and you go back to your state that you're from, right? Mm-hmm. Could they then, if they found out that you did that, could they then turn around and arrest you? Because it's called this, brothers and sisters, it's called federalism. Yes. And the courts have just opened up a big can of worms. In the case of Dred Scott, and this is what happened to many black people, if you ran away from the South to go up to the North and the slavers from the South came up to grab your ass, what right do you still have not to be enslaved? In the case of Dred Scott, what right did he still have when you're talking about interstate, or other states?
It says 26 states have already started the...
Right. But
the 26 states in the United States have already started
yes, ma'am.
Started to do the arrest, and they're going to arrest the person that helped you.
Right. So I want everybody on a panel, when you have a chance, a little bit of homework here. Look at the Dred Scott case. Look at all the cases of black people when they ran away and escaped. This is parallel to that same thing. How are they going to deal with people or ladies who get these abortions out of state? Will we be entering into federalism? Clarence Thomas already said, for those of you people out there who live the alternative lifestyle, Clarence Thomas has already said they're going to look at this whole thing about the gay marriage again, because the reason why they were able to circumventilate this Roe versus Wade situation, it goes, it just was on the top of my tongue here. It goes back to individualism. There's nothing in the Constitution that says anything about your individual rights outside of the basic laws. So if you as an individual say, well, I want to be recognized because I like to be with men, or I'm a woman that likes to be with women, there's technically nothing in the Constitution as it's written that protects that. See, a lot of people don't realize that. This is why they were able to circumvent the law of Roe versus Wade. Finally, the Republicans work on the long game, and the Democrats got you caught up in the here and now, but they don't build up the long game. And now they got us all bamboozled. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Have a good night. We're gonna end it right there.
Peace.
We're gonna end it right there.
That's why they call him. That's why they call that man.
He just disappear on niggas. Mic drop.
That's why they call him the information man.
Hey man.
Can I say to the brothers? I definitely wanted to mention that. I guess I wanted to push back, and I don't want to drag this out too long, but I wanted to push back on the idea that if she allows me inside her, then that means she has all the responsibility of, or at least it relinquishes the man of any responsibility because she allowed me. The danger in thinking like that is, well, you're also giving up as your right to even say anything about the situation because it's like you removed yourself initially once you say, hey, you let me do it. So you can't come back and then say, hey, I want to be part of that decision making when you've clearly said, hey, you let me in, so that's on you. You know, that's a dangerous, I think, approach to it. Yeah, but also too, you guys were arguing back and forth a lot about, I think, morality and fairness. I heard fairness earlier, and morally, yes, if a man and woman lay down, take care of that child, do what's right for the child, it's all about the child. That's the moral aspect. The fair aspect of it, and I'll give shout out to Dave Chappelle because he's the first one I ever heard mention this, the way we put it in a joke, but I got what he was saying. If the woman has the right to abort the baby, in fairness, the man should have the right to whether or not he wants to take care of the baby. And that's fair. That may not be morally right, but that's fair. So, you know, when you guys were going back and forth about like when the baby comes and they don't take care of it and calling, you know, the courts. Yeah, but understand.
Yes.
We have to understand. If you want to own that decision to be able to be the final say in whether or not, you know, a baby comes out of your body, do you agree, to the ladies on panel, do you agree that it's fair that the man should have the choice in financially taking care of the baby?
I believe it's fair.
Okay.
So I believe it's fair because I am the one that has the womb. I am responsible for my body. If I have sex with somebody unprotected, I know that I'm the person that has to carry the baby. So I am going to do everything I can if I don't want to have a baby. I'm going to protect my body. Now, and I know we're getting ready to wrap it up, but on the other end, what if the mother wanted to be the one to end the pregnancy and the father didn't? You know what I'm saying?
Damon had brought, and he left. Damon had brought that point up today, earlier in the show, and what he was saying was he asked that same question: what happens? It has to go to court. It has to go to court. I think that
the woman should, if the man...
it has to go to court. There's no other way. Let
me say what I was going to say. I think if both of the parties, if the woman say, I don't want to keep the baby, and the man say, okay, I'll take the baby and I'll raise the baby, I think that she should give him that opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that.
I agree.
She should give him that opportunity.
I agree.
Now, but
that's both parties. That's both consensual adults coming to an agreement.
The thing of it is that one person or the other, when you lay down, when a woman and a man lay down together, you are both taking responsibility of the outcome.
Yep.
And that is what's important, because that child, if you decide to keep that child, whether that child is 50 years old, that child gonna still want to know its parent.
Yeah.
Okay, the mother or the father.
I was just thinking of Bleach. I don't know why I was thinking of Bleach and Comet, but I was just like. When we get together,
but if the man decides
he
doesn't want to have that, he doesn't want that child in his life, the woman has a decision to make. Her decision whether to keep her or to abort the baby. Okay.
Sunshine, you didn't.
It's hard.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Because the mother is most women that's going to keep the baby, they're going to make sure they take care of that baby. You know, if they're able. I have to say if they're able to make sure that that baby is well taken care of.
Facts. Hey, we got to really wrap it up. I got to take care of something.
Yeah.
At home real quick. But.
Very good conversation.
And we have
I thank y'all.
Enjoyed y'all.
Yeah, appreciate you guys letting me
enjoy
out.
y'all. For
Absolutely,
sure, bro.
Man.
Come back, man. Come
yes,
back.
Sir. I'd like to thank, and we would like to thank you, Identity Withheld, Information Man, Nidra, Sunshine, my
Mama.
2 babies show, man. I'm so
I can tell those your kids.
Yeah, nigga, they got
talk,
it.
They talk shit just like you.
Man, and I'm so proud of them, man, because they have their own thoughts and they're getting it together in this world, man. And that's what I like about my kids, man.
Yeah.
I love that they're developing their own thoughts.
Yeah.
I want to thank my cousin Damon. I want to thank everybody that
Kendra.
supported us. Wild Dog, man. I really I'm glad that you support us, brother. I didn't get a chance to get all of your comments out there, bro. But I love the support. Make sure you tell everybody else about us. This is what we know. And you guys, y'all have a good and a great weekend. Ma, I love you. I gotta holler at you tomorrow. I'll be over there about 10.
Okay.
And
I just want to say one thing before y'all end anything. If you have children,
go ahead.
have children at home, especially daughters, to start educating your daughters while they're young, how to vet and pick a young man, along with the father vetting. And fathers have to let young men know that his daughter has a father, has a man around her. Girls need to learn how to vet start early in life, learn how to pick different types of boyfriends that's going to be there permanently as a husband. Yeah. Okay, because girls look up to their fathers. They look at their father. They watch how their father move. They watch. I'm a product from that. I watch my dad. My dad is 96 years old. Okay, and I still look up to him. So girls need to know. They need to know early. Mothers, it's good to raise daughters, but fathers are the ones that really, that the girls really look up to when they go out and start dating.
Yeah.
Okay, because most of the time, girls, I hate to say it, most of the time, girls marry men that are similar to their fathers.
Yeah, they do.
So you guys, you have a good night.
Yeah,
I love you.
Love you too. Sunshine, is good meeting you.
Oh, good meeting you. I enjoyed your input. I think having you on leveled things off a little bit. I loved it.
Yes. Hey, look, we had 4 generations on this podcast today, man, and that was that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially my little great grandson. Jimmy, that is your picture. That is your legacy. That little boy looked your picture, you and Jason's picture. He looked just like you and Jason's picture. Oh my goodness.
He's a Dunlap, no doubt about it.
Identity. What you call yourself? Identity.
Yes.
Okay, it was nice talking to you.
Same here. Appreciate your time.
Have a good night. And Nidra, I'll see you this week.
Yes.
And Robert, take care of my grandkids.
All right.
I trained you already.
Thank you. I will. I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
Y'all have a good night.
All right, y'all.
Love you, Giselle.
You take it easy.
Yeah.
All right, y'all.
So that's episode 21, y'all, man. Hey, make sure y'all follow us on Instagram, what we know _podcast. You can follow me, thankful _Robert. Sports channel coming soon. I'm pushing.
Ooh, it's about to go down.
I got I just got to put an artwork for the podcast called Sports Talk with Rob. I'm pushing training camp for the NFL, so it's coming.
Then we got the hip hop.
Oh yeah,
with your homeboy. We about to do hip hop trivia.
Yeah,
we're gonna be doing a lot of talk about hip hop and R&B. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be doing the damn thing with that. And we also, me and Rob, we about to get out here in these streets and talk to y'all.
It's coming soon.
We about to get it going, baby. Wild Dog, man, I love you. Everybody that supported us, everybody that followed us and shared us, man. We appreciate all those that y'all giving us, man. And we out of here. what we know.
What we know.
DJ Jig type.
Yeah, we out this motherfucker.